going to just jump ahead a little bit. Ask questions, learn stuff, and so on. Okay, so take the opportunity to meet some people today. Right? If you stand next to your colleague, well, that's great, but ignore your colleague. You're going to talk to new people. Okay, you ready?
I was born ready. Nearly born ready.
So you need to. That's my slide.
Oh no, it's fine. So thanks, Paul, for the kind of the quick intro side of things. We'll riff a little bit more. So what we've just done is we've set up a recording, so that way if you do miss something over the next 8 hours, I'll download it and make sure it's all available. Equally, we're going to make it quite collaborative in the sense of we're going to use Miro to contribute to. So I don't want people to feel like they have to stand up and share their experiences. You can do it all anonymously. So there'll be Slido for questions, so you don't have to put your name in. You can just ask any silly question you want. And also there'll be Miro for contributing to your ideas. And again, that's anonymous, so you don't need to worry about having to stick your hand up and ask a question. Obviously, I've been friends with Paul for 20 years, he still can't spell my name right, which is quite impressive. But he did do that last night at about 1 a.m. So we got out with a small set of the speaker group yesterday. So I flew in with Paul from the UK, but I flew in the day before from the US. So I was at a conference last week, Agile DevOps East in Florida, which had obviously been hit by the hurricane. And then the week before that, Vienna, the week before that, Star West in Anaheim. So conference season is definitely fully upon us. But at the same time, this is the 6th time we've run this workshop. Obviously, it's Paul's first time. And so partly when we run this workshop, there was kind of 2 sides to it. The first was around beyond prompt engineering, because there's been so much noise, I suppose, this year around, do you need to learn prompt engineering? Is that the future, which everyone's talking about? And I think there's something in it. So, we were riffing last night about a lot of the principles about how do you actually interact best with these kind of AI assistants, and really how you maximize your productivity through these techniques. Now, interestingly, 2-3 weeks ago, when I was last doing a live stream from Star West, there was myself, Tariq King, Carlos, and my good friend Jason Arbon, and we were all sat there. They'd all ran 2-day workshops about prompt engineering, and they said, well, what is the solution? Is it prompt engineering? And I think we all agreed that it's beyond prompt engineering. It's kind of learning these foundational skills that you're going to take away from today, but then building on top of them that's specific to you, as in your skills. And I think this is where I think Paul kind of alluded to the fact that we're going to make this quite interactive with the teams around you, so that way you can share some of your experiences. You share what you do in the day in the life of your as a tester or a developer or a product manager. So we quickly ransack Paul's amazing PowerPoint presentation.
That rubbish.
Get rid of that for a second. Then. So I did. Hopefully we can. It does work. Yep. Okay. So most of you, I think, have probably used some type of GPT, generative pre-trained transformer, right? And there's so many to choose from. Now, we know the base ones are OpenAI. So a lot of people know about OpenAI. They've heard the success. I was on a call with Sam and Jason about a month ago, and they were talking about, well, what's next? What's the next thing that they're doing after, don't trip over that ball, what they're doing next after this large language model bubble, should we say, for a second. Of course, you probably heard, Microsoft licensed, in essence, the OpenAI technology to then deploy it within their kind of E365 Microsoft estate. What we're going to talk about today is much, much bigger than that. It's about the what Sam's planning to launch for next year. And you might say, oh, well, that's ChatGPT 5. Actually, it's not. What they're trying to build is what we call large action models. And that means it takes, in essence, these recommendations, these text outputs, and then makes them into actual actions, so stuff that you can actually do. So if, for instance, the recommendation is to generate, as Paul looked like he did yesterday, a PowerPoint about LLMs, it would launch up PowerPoint, it'd start pulling in information, it would start asking you questions saying, well, what are you presenting? What's the goal of the workshop? What type of audience is it? And as you're going through that iterative conversation, it's populating the material in front of your eyes. So large interaction models are, in essence, a next step in the evolutional change. So that's why we're saying that actually prompt engineering may be incredibly valuable because it lets that conversation happen, but actually you're going to start seeing things come to life. Now, what's interesting partially about this shot is, I don't know if anyone uses Copilot Plus, so there's a distinct kind of distinction, and that is that what you've got on these devices, which unfortunately have a Copilot button, just click my thing, move across. Which way do you reckon the screen is? It's got to be there, isn't it? So within this machine here, forget which performance is. There we go. So this is running a neural processing unit on the actual device. So I unfortunately made a mistake on the way flying back from Florida on Monday. I wanted to do a book. I've got a book, this is my 5th book, so I thought, what I'll do is I'll get ChatGPT to use it. But obviously I'm on a plane, so I don't have any internet access. However, Copilot Plus, which is the functions that run on these new generation devices, everything's loaded into the NPU. So the NPU is actually doing all the heavy lifting at the edge. So you don't need any internet connectivity. It's pulled these models down and it's launching them in here. Instead of running it in a GPU, which is the old way of doing things, which is why we're restricted to the cloud, because we want CUDAs and we want compute power, now it will run here. But more importantly, minus Paul's phone because it's old, it will also run here, right? So this is the 16 Pro Max, and this also has an NPU. So this, if I take this offline, I'm on the plane, I can still talk to ChatGPT 4 and ask it questions, right? So ChatGPT, what's the meaning of life?
The age-old question. Many would say the meaning of life is to find your own purpose and make the most out of your journey, whether it's through relationships.
No, thanks. Anyway, so part of it is that's running at the edge on the NPU as part of Apple Intelligence, not going to ChatGPT APIs and pulling back audio streams. So this is the way that things will move into the future. And if I know someone said they forgot their laptop today, but I would genuinely say for the $700 or $800 for a new laptop, this might be the first time where I say to people, buy some new hardware. Of course, the guys at the front have got Macs, and it all runs on Macs. But you know, part of it is if you aren't lucky enough to be everybody on the front row who seems to have Macs, then you might want to buy some new kit. Now, today, obviously, I'm not going to drag people too much into doing anything too technical, but if you see this icon, which is tiny over there, that's LLM Studio. Has anyone used LLM Studio before? So for those lucky people on the Macs there at the front, you've logged into the Wi-Fi. I just recommend typing in LLM Studio and then downloading that. That means you can run all your models on your machine. Now, for those people who aren't got Macs,
How much data is involved in the download?
well, it might crash the internet, but we'll be fine, right? It's not. I think it's only about 400 meg, right? For this one. But also it runs on consumer hardware. So LLM Studio will run on a Windows machine without a GPU. So obviously, while we're talking, if you want to download LLM Studio, then the great thing is you can run everything offline on your laptop, and you can pull down whatever model you want. So you can pull down Gemini, you can pull down a minstrel of experts model and just run it locally. Of course, for you guys at the front, it's going to be like, boom, there we go, there's a response. For everyone who's using a Windows machine without either a gaming laptop or an NPU, it may be 30 seconds to get a response, which is fine still. 30 seconds is 30 seconds, right? I say 30 seconds. Feels like a long time these days. So anyway, we're going to try and make this quite interactive, and usually I would be talking about the principles and practices of prompt engineering for a disproportionate amount of time at the start. But what we've decided, because we're going to riff between us, is we're going to blend that with a blend of doing some practical stuff early and then flicking backwards and forwards into a bit of the theory. Now, you might say, I don't really want to know the theory, but I think some of the foundational understandings of GNNs and NLUs and RGAs. Anybody know any of those abbreviations? Paul?
No.
That's it. And you've been doing it for two years. But you know, we'll go through some of those basic things so you kind of get the understanding. And the reason why you want to have the understanding is more to do with how you decide to interact with it. So it's a lot to do with linguistics. It's quite interesting. If you were, people are saying to me, well, what's the perfect prompt engineer? You know, I'd say things like English majors and, you know, people who've just done weird things, psychology degrees and all these kind of random things where you're thinking they're no use, but now they're really useful because actually talking to a computer is very similar to some of those those kind of creative kind of studies, should we say, for a second. But anyway, as I quickly just added your photo on here last night when I got back to my room. And so for people who don't know Paul, hopefully some people do, but literally we got the speaker there, went out with some of the speakers yesterday, and they said, oh, Paul's the reason I got into testing. And I was thinking, well, yeah, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And then, you know, last night, I think somebody wanted to take the guy who's doing the opening keynote wanted to take a selfie with you. It was his lifelong dream of having a selfie with Paul. So I'm going to charge only €2 if you do want a photo with Paul. And if you want his DNA, that's €10, just in case you want to be able to recreate him down the line, which will be also quite useful, I think. So yeah, I'm selling him off as the easiest thing. So, like I said, you know, part of it is I wanted to make this interactive, but I also wanted to make sure if you want to ask a silly question, you can without having to worry about putting your hand up and asking. So if people have used Slido before, which is slide.do if you want to be really cool, or just slido.com, slido.com. If you just enter, I hope this is the conference which we're at, TestCon. I love taking the vanity responses. Then you'll be able to submit your questions. They'll come through to Paul, maybe.
I think so, yeah.
And we can take those questions as we go along. So I'll log you into Slido, and we'll.
I'm in.
You're in Slido.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
It's an open site, I think. So.
perfect. Okay, that makes it even easier. And I'll just turn off the gate for letting people in. Ask a question, see if it comes up. We're testers after all. If you asked it, did it come up? No, it'll come up on here. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, so we will get your questions as they come through, and Paul, with his magical iPad, will answer them in near real time.
I might farm some to you, by the way. But.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, so you know, like I said, you know, we'll probably skip a lot of the background material because we want to get people stuck into this stuff. But what I wanted to at least share was these two slides, which I'm not wearing the same shirt, which is always quite good news. So annoyingly, our marketing department had made this horrible slide. And so I was at Google DeepMind, and I thought, you know what, I'll present it just so that I could give it some abuse for how inaccurate it is. So obviously everyone had got quite excited about ChatGPT when it kind of came out, and rightly so in a way. And then we saw the opposite end of the spectrum, which was people like Elon Musk saying, oh, we expect annual artificial general intelligence by 2025, which is utter nonsense, right? Part of it is, I don't think we're going to see, you know, literally people being replaced in the next few years. I think even the next 10, 15 years, we're still going to be a long way from some of these kind of numbers that they're talking about. But the one that I do agree with, which is here, is that, and this was validated a couple of weeks ago. My friend Diego from Forrester, I was in London at the event, and he said they're seeing at the moment productivity gains based on things like GitHub for Copilot from a development perspective and some of the AI tools, round about 20% productivity gains. And I kind of genuinely believe that figure. Obviously, this aspirational figure came from McKinsey, but I do genuinely also believe that you're gonna get there, right? You're gonna see this kind of improvement. And so when I was in Star West with Jason Arvin, Jason wrote the book on how Google tests, but then he also set up a company called Test.ai, which was in essence leading the AI testing landscape until it was bought back by Google. And he's now running a company called Checky.ai. But part of what he was kind of talking about in his keynote for Star West was, he left the big slide at the end. He said, use these technologies before the development, project management, and other teams start using them. Because otherwise, if you're left behind, their productivity is going to boost by 30%, and you'll be lagging slightly behind them. So this is kind of the real reason for today, is to say, okay, the future is human or tester in the loop, and it's all about human augmentation. It's about adding your human intelligence and amplifying it with these kind of tools. And so like everything what's talking about it out in the industry is saying that this is kind of going to be the future. As much as, you know, resistance is futile, you're always going to be looped in with these kind of productivity tools to try and help you do more with less. And that I can kind of get, right? I can kind of understand. The other one, which is slightly upsetting, is this whole startup salary for people in Silicon Valley for what I would class as an AI whisperer. So I did add to my LinkedIn profile AI whisperer, which means either I'm very good at, you know, being quiet, which is very unusual, or talking to AIs. But 335,000 as a starter salary as a graduate coming out seems like a good career, which you should be doing, but you're retired, aren't you now? So you can't do anything.
I scratch a living.
Scratch a living, yeah. Okay, so shall we start on some of this content? What would you like to go with first?
Me.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm happy whenever you're ready.
You ready for?
You flip the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yep, could you? We haven't rehearsed this. Okay, you do understand. We could have merged slides, but can I take that?
Yeah,
Right,
go for it.
super. So, where am I? I hate it when there's no. I like to have my slides in front of me, but they're behind me. Does that make sense? I have ADHD, so my short-term memory is rubbish. So even though I wrote this stuff, I don't remember any of it. Okay, so I need to look at my slides every now and then. So what I wanted to do was, Jonathan asked me to put some kind of exercises, some examples, some sort of demos together. Now, to do it in a really slick fashion would have taken weeks and weeks. As it is, I had about 3 days. So it's crude, but it's true. Okay, you have to trust me, and I can show you the actual dialogues with ChatGPT and you know, the Google tool, Gemini, and others, 1 or 2 others as well. But I want you to trust me, because you can do it for yourself. So anything I show you on the screen, you can try for yourself and do it differently and probably do it better. Okay? So I want us to walk through some conversations, some dialogues with the tools that are out there. Now, on the one hand, they're all incredibly sophisticated, and some are better at other things, some things than other tools. But I don't think that's the point. They're all kind of similar. They've all been trained on content, probably mostly from the internet, probably from GitHub when it comes to code, and they just downloaded all the code off GitHub, and that's helped to train it to write code to a degree. Plus a lot of stuff that we all know is probably copyright. You know, so there's a lot of stuff that's kind of illegal, isn't it? To reuse people's material without their permission. There's a lot of that going on. So now, do we know what these items of data are? No, it's not transparent. So we're working on like thin ice in some ways, because if we use the output of a ChatGPT kind of dialogue in our, let's say we put it on the website, web page, and make a statement or sell an article to a newspaper, whatever, and someone says, "I wrote that 5 years ago. I'm going to sue you." There's kind of a risk there, isn't there?
Not Europe.
But
Don't get sued in Europe.
Okay, well, what the hell? We're not American. Any Americans in here? You're not American. Okay, I can insult the Americans. That's no problem. We're not American. Thank goodness. Right. So I'm going to offer some just examples and use it to make some points to have a little discussion. And I want it to be a discussion about the whole room. Now, if it sounds like this is something that's really interesting, I want you to talk in groups, because we can't all talk at once, okay? We'll see how it goes, but it's kind of a little bit of an experiment. It is not a comprehensive tutorial on using LLMs, okay? I'm not trying to teach you prompt engineering. I don't think prompt engineering is engineering at all, okay? It's not engineering. Software engineering is not engineering either, because I trained as an engineer. I was going to be a civil engineer, and then on my first day, my first job, in a consulting engineer, a drawing office, as you would call it then. The boss came over and said, "Welcome to the company, Paul. We've got no work for you. Here's a computer. Here are the manuals. Go and have a play and tell us what we can do with it as engineers." I did very little engineering. I became a software person almost on day one of my career, a long time ago. Okay, and that was it. Anyway, what are you doing, Nick? Get out of the way. So I want to suggest you can stand where you like, mate. It's okay. I just worry I'm going to poke you in the eye. That's all. So it's a walkthrough of how to have a conversation. Now, before I do anything else, how many people have actually used ChatGPT or one of the free models or one of the paid models? How many people have actually spent a lot of time? Let's say a few hours or maybe a day or two. Okay, about half of you. Okay. Can I ask how many people are actually using AI in your day-to-day job? It's actually part of your job now. Quite a few. Okay, super. Is it working for you? Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to say no. You're lying. No, I'm not. No, I don't mean that way. What I'm saying is that what is working? What do we mean by working? Is it transforming your job? Is it going to make you redundant? Is that what's going to happen? So I want to explore that, okay? Because this is a question your boss is thinking of, saying, "Oh, AI is working really well for my team. Can I get rid of half of them?" And that's what they're thinking, because his boss is saying, or her boss is saying, "We need to save money next year. We're doing a fantastic job. Can we use fewer testers?" You don't think that's what's going on? Because the news headlines, Forbes, was it Forbes, whatever, is like 35% of jobs are going to be automated in some respect by AI in the next, what year or 2 years or whatever.
2025.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So not like 2035.
25. No, 35 sounds more realistic in this respect. 2025 thing.
Okay.
But I think we're seeing the slide out question that, coffee is, well, I don't know passcode now, but coffee is limited, AI is infinitive. But anyway, let's go back through.
I'm not actually done my slide yet. Get out of the way. By the way, morning break, coffee is at 10:05. Apparently it's getting busy out there, so we've got to go when we go told, because you're doing it in shifts, I think. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, afternoon break. We restart at 2 p.m, and then a break at 15:30, 3:30. So, okay, so I want to get on to something interesting rather than talk waffle about. Firstly, all the content I've produced, you can't see it because I put QR code in the way, but there's a link on every slide, which is bit.ly/AI with JW. So AI uppercase with JW. It's on every slide. I'm sure they can see it. Can you all see that link at the top? So all my content is in there. There's about 7 or 8 files, including all the PowerPoint. Okay? And I have to say, some of the stuff in the PowerPoint is a screenshot. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry. Okay, you have to understand that. So I've got about 10, let's call them 10 examples, okay, of conversations. I just want to get to the first one, get out of the way, and then Jonathan can take over. If you've never used a free chatbot, an AI chatbot, these are 4 examples. So OpenAI have one, they call it ChatGPT 4.0.1, okay, and so on. You can see the links. Okay, I'll put that up again. If you want it, I'll put it up a bit later. Or better still, download the PowerPoint and then you can get the text, you can get the links. Okay, so conversing with LLMs. What might be your first conversation with LLMs? Once you've got over the shock of dealing with some software that seems to talk to you, right? It is a shock. I think it is. Well, it was with me anyway. Okay. For example, you're an expert in software development and testing. You have extensive knowledge of test methods and tools. I'll ask you a series of questions about the testing of my system. Can you help? Okay? That's an obvious thing to ask. That's the kind of question the boss would ask, isn't it? I've got this team. how do I make them? Or how do I get more productive? Or how do I get rid of 3 of them using AI? That's the bosses type question. A more interesting approach, I think, is to go back to the ancient Greeks. Okay? Why would I do that? Have you heard of Socrates? Oh, come on. We've all heard of Socrates. I'm not taking no for an answer. You're an expert on Socrates and his approach to seeking truth or meaning in human concepts. So Socrates was an obsessive person, always wanting to get to the bottom of a problem. And like, you know, what is the meaning of life? Jonathan asked before, and you get this garbage. 42 or something like that. So please discuss the meaning of love by asking me a series of questions with Socratic responses. Can you do that? And of course it says, yeah, I can do that. So my first conversation I want to share with you, and then we can have a little chin wag if you want, or we'll play by ear, see how it goes. You're an expert on Socrates, da-da-da-da. Absolutely. What is love? So I'm not talking about technology shit. Can I swear on this thing?
Not on a live stream, man. That's your first warning, in all fairness.
Well, yeah, shit's not a bad word, is it really? We've all got it.
Feces, shit, is fine.
So what is love?
Shit.
That's a good question. That's a question from AI to me, not the other way around. So, okay, this was a few days ago. I said this, and I had to think, don't get me wrong, I didn't go bang, and that was the answer. I said this: love appears to me to be a human trait that's evolved to better support humans to build long-lasting relationships that increase the probability and success rate of reproduction and survival of the partner's genes. So I'm I believe evolution is a real thing. I think love has got a contribution today. I think it's something to do with that. AI, that's an interesting perspective. Oh, it complements me. Oh, I like that. I'm on the right track with this tool. So you're suggesting love is essentially a biological mechanism, blah, 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 blah. Next question. If love is purely a biological function, does that mean it's entirely selfish? So what it's done is it's thought, love, reproduction, evolution, selfish gene. Oh yeah, that's Richard Dawkins' book. Okay, selfish gene. It's picked out a question almost from at random. Okay, so I say, don't think selfish is the right word. Blah 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 blah. Okay, I'm not going to dwell on this. I just want to say, so I'm having a conversation. The response, that's a nuanced point. Ah, thanks very much. It likes me a lot, this thing, doesn't it? It's very kind of chatting. Okay, next question. If love is primarily a biological function, can it be considered a choice? Interesting question. If you have the blah, 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 and I say, okay, it's about genetic, you don't have a choice. Maybe you're born with the love gene or not born with the love gene. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's an insightful observation. And so it goes. If love is influenced by our experiences, can we say it is subjective? Okay. And I say, hold on, are you asking if love is different somehow for every individual? Exactly, is love a universal thing? Blah, blah, blah. Okay. I don't know, because I can't put myself in the heads of some other person. But I suppose, looking at the behaviour and language of other individuals, they perhaps prioritise it differently. They take it more seriously. Some people, love is their whole world. Some people, psychopaths, sociopaths, it's not in their world. Stop it. That's a thought-provoking response. You're getting the idea this isn't actually a person now, right? If love is subjective and influenced by our experiences, and I won't go through all the conversations like this, this is just to get you going. How can we truly understand its meaning? Okay, so I say perhaps there's the range of levels of depths of love and so on and so forth. That's a fascinating perspective. It never ends, this compliment. If the absence of love is associated with traits like sociopaths and psychopaths, does that imply it's essential for a truly human experience? I think, I can't spell. It deals with my spelling mistakes, my typos quite well. It ignores them, okay? For example. So it says, that's an important point. It still likes me, okay? If love is essential, does that mean it's something we should strive for? Should we all aim to find love?
Not today, by the way. That isn't today's end goal.
That isn't
by
today's
the way.
objective. Although, who knows, you know. I think we should strive for loving relationships, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's my stuff. And it comes back, that's a thought-provoking conclusion. Let's summarize, and it comes up with a summary. Now, okay, you get the idea. I won't go into that level of detail. Again, I don't think is necessary. But some observations, and you can make your own observations, and maybe this will get us talking to each other as well. The first one, using the Socratic approach, and asking the AI to ask the questions means it's not telling me answers. It's only seeking information from me to get the conversation going, to get me thinking. That's the general idea of Socratic questioning. It behaves like a coach. That is, it asks good questions, it doesn't give me any answers. So you get the idea? Mentors are experts, they give answers. Coaches don't have to be experts, they just have to be good at bringing you on and getting you thinking about the problem. Okay, so coaching, mentoring, different things. So I think this is critical in understanding what we can get out of AI. I prefer the coaching approach rather than the mentoring approach. I don't think it's necessarily good to just ask a direct question to AI and get an answer back, because we know it's unreliable. The question, what is the meaning of life? You got complete garbage. I think that's complete garbage. Mm. It is, isn't it? It is. Okay. That doesn't get you anywhere. And that's how bad it can be. So to trust AI is a big deal. Okay? AI seems to understand the concept of cause and approach. So what I said was, that one of the questions was basically, what comes first? Does love come before relationships, or do relationships generate this concept of love? I don't know, but I suggested the other way around. So it does seem to understand the cause and effect. They'd say, oh, that's very clever. Well, that's one of about 1,000 nuanced things in language, in English, in Lithuanian, in every language. Do you speak Lithuanian? Sorry, or do you speak another language? Is it Lithuanian? Yes. Okay, you're not Russian, right? No, forgive my ignorance. AI's understanding of Socrates is very basic. It's not really acting like a Socrates, because it's saying, listen to a response, compliment the speaker, pick some aspect of that response, and come up with an interesting question that you can find somewhere randomly on the internet. Okay? It sounds like you're talking to a philosophy professor, but really you're not. And you can tell that. You can see that. Okay? So it's not systematic in that way. It's not doing philosophy in its head. It's just a large language model. Very clever, but it's not thinking. So get that out of your head. It's not intelligence at all. It's just a bloody great database with patterns of language that it will match to give you the answer that sounds closest to what you're asking. Okay, so it's not systematic, or is it? Well, we don't know what programming has been done to make it more effective. They don't share that knowledge, I don't think. So none of us know. So, this is my last slide, and then, sorry.
No, that's fine.
It's a big stop. This is Gemini, Google, okay? Does it impress you? Are you kind of impressed with the conversation? No one's impressed. Does anyone think it's a terrible conversation? No one thinks it's terrible. Don't even think at all. Okay? This is what I want you to talk about. Okay, so some countries we go to, like the Americans, you can't shut them up. You ask a question, they all put their hands up, and they all shout out. Okay, you guys are much more civilized, right?
Evolved.
You're much more evolved. So here's some questions that I'm throwing out. And this is the kind of stuff that your bosses might ask you. I think that's the point. Do you think you could be talking to a human? Well, initially, yeah, and then you think, oh, wait a minute, it's just doing the same thing again and again. I don't think it impresses that much. Could it be used as a coach and mentor? Possibly. That looks really promising to me. Can you control it? Or does it do what it wants? It feels like you're kind of in control, but then if it's asking all the questions, you don't know what's coming. So who is in control? It makes mistakes. Can we get AI to self-check? Can we get it to test
in some way, what it's offering you. How far can we trust it? These are the kind of questions that everybody sort of, including you guys, are asking. I'm sure you are thinking, can I trust this content? But I want to pause there. Is it worth getting them to have a chat with each other, or I'm not throwing it.
I think it'd probably be a higher error rate if we did it. But no, I think
give them some time or not?
I think we should give them some time, and just, I think partly a few things to reflect. I know you're going to go on Slido at the moment just to check if there's any questions before we break into like groups and talk about this. Partly what I love about this approach, because obviously I've not seen the slides, so I can't really say anything either way. But what I like about Paul's approach in this particular landscape is, and this is a spoiler alert, just in case you go and see him next year. His talk will be on coaching versus mentoring within AI landscape, right? And we're, thankfully, keeps us going over a beer, and it will be a beer later on for everyone else who's here. It keeps us not arguing, but discussing, well, where is it going? What's the next evolution going to look like? And, Paul, we both share a ChatGPT account. So we both see each other's prompts, and I log on to his prompts and go, I never thought of that. And he logs onto mine and deletes it. It's typically what's happened, right?
How do you make Toma Salata? Or something like that?
That's some of your prompts. But I think part of it, getting it to prompt to ask you the questions, and this was the big takeaway from the Star West tutorials. The Star West tutorials on prompt engineering, Jason and Tariq ran, they said the bit which no one seemed to get was it's chat GPT, i.e. it's a conversation. And, I would partially in my kind of viewpoint at the moment, I got some stickers made out, which I handed out, which said, I don't know anyone Star Wars fans here, but it literally said, nice one-shot kid, that's 1 in 7 billion. So we all know a standard large language model, it's about 7 billion if you put it down onto LLM Studio, right? But typically people will one-shot. They won't have a conversation with ChatGPT. They'll try and nail the best prompt. They'll start talking as an MIT professor, I would like you to do this in my language, and I expect a response in another language. I expect you to correct my grammar. They put all this beautiful prompt, single shot prompt in. They don't do prompt chaining. They don't do a conversation where they're refining their responses and expecting it to be a conversation and eventually get a result. They expect that one beautiful one shot will give them the response they want. And I think the one thing you could probably take away from today is one-shotting, like asking it the meaning of life with context, is probably not as trustworthy and as effective as a prompt chain of a number of very well-structured ones. Now, you can take this the long way, right? Jason Arbon's one thing he says over and over again is every time he does a prompt, the first prompt he puts afterwards is, what prompt should I have written? And then he shoots that same prompt back and then does a comparison versus his prompt versus the one that the LLM created, which knows how to create a better prompt than him. And then if the answers are better, he takes the next output and then it goes into the chain. And then asks his next question with what question should I follow it up with? Part of it is he's reliant on ChatGPT to actually help him refine his prompts. And that's kind of where we've gone through that process. We started building on this kind of architecture about 2 years ago. And I've got a whole stack of, which would have been here today, Oxbridge quantum guys I realized I got quantum guys and I realized I needed astrophysicists, which is always upsetting. But part of them is they've been building on this, and Carl is our doctorate who goes through this, which is why he usually goes through some quite hard-hitting, upsetting stuff. But part of it is, practically, we're trying to learn the tips and tricks that are going to help you be better. And obviously, a lot of you already said, I'm doing this for work. Out of the people that use it every day, do you use the follow-up prompt of what prompt should I have written? Part of it is some people do, some people don't. I suppose when I was chatting with Sam jokes about the fact that you can say to it, I'll pay you $200, and it will actually give you a better response. If you ask it to say you'll pay it $300, it doesn't care. $199, it doesn't care. It's just a back door where they've left in a flag that says, don't use the LLM cache, because by default, Gemini and ChatGPT have a caching system. So if you ask it the meaning of life, you're getting somebody else's response. It's just like a search engine. It's cached the response. It's only when you go through a chain where nobody else has boldly gone before, where it is actually hitting the back end to start doing it. And if you ask it to overwork, i.e. you're going to pay money or you threaten that you're going to lose your job, it will work harder. So part of it is these little tips and tricks which we're going to explore today, but also I wanted to kind of build on it. We got some questions in there because you look like you're...
Anonymous, is it important to say there will be a series of questions? So rather than a one-shot, what's the meaning of life? I think if you want more out of AI, sorry, I should stand up. If you want more out of AI, I think it's a good thing to suggest it is a conversation. It's a to and fro, an exchange of information, and hopefully you learn something out of that useful. But there's a related question. Okay. I don't know if you noticed, sorry, there's not one. There's a couple of questions, but
so just to add on to
they're
that.
more to you, I think, but if that's all right. You'll notice that in the dialogue, it kept saying, in conclusion, it wants to end the conversation. And I'm thinking, I'm just getting started, mate. I'm going to be here all day. Okay? So you can see that. Now, why is it doing that? It's thinking, I'm dealing with, well, it's not thinking at all, okay? But let's pretend it thinks. It's thinking, I'm dealing with humans. They've got a limited attention span. They're going to get bored in a minute. Yeah, let's wrap it up. After 5 questions, it's thinking, yeah, you've got enough information now. You've had your fun. It's not interested in a solution. It's not an entity that thinks at all. You know, it's obviously programmed not to have endless, deep conversations, which is like, that's part of, it's one of life's most valuable gifts, to have good conversations, isn't it? It's not a conversationalist. You have to force it down that path, I think.
Well,
I think you should keep prompting. Every time you ask a question, it can't resist. It's got to answer it. So you can say, I make this statement, what do you think? And then it'll have to answer. You know? Enough, right.
No, I like that. And I think your part on that kind of same thinking is setting that expectation up at the start, because obviously I think it was quite lazy. And that's the thing. People joke about the fact that large language models give you shorter responses at Christmas. And it's true, they do, because it's all to do with the amount of throughput which there's people asking questions. And you've got to remember the chat part of it is retro-engineered onto the actual language model. You don't actually need the conversational component. I typically, when I'm asking for responses, I deliberately tell it not to give me the fluffy kind of, oh, how are you having a great day? I just want the raw information. And I tell it I want it in a JSON format with this XML structure, and I do not want any of the conversation component response. I just want the raw information. Now, it does work well both ways, but I think part of what we're talking about, it will help with the large action models. It's actually about the mission statement. It's about what is the shared goal you're trying to solve. So what Microsoft referred this to, as a spoiler alert, is visualization of thought. And so the idea behind it is you're trying to actually express, what are you trying to achieve? What's your mission statement? What's the thought process that you actually want to achieve? I want to achieve, me feeding a whole stack of, your photos of your shirts, and then it give you better style advice, right? Part of it is I have a goal, and I'm going to feed in all your Facebook photos, and I'm going to say, what would you recommend with my complex, which is white and pale? What would you recommend what kind of clothes should I be wearing? You have a mission statement. Might be that the mission statement is that I want to create some code or whatever else it is. But I think defining those statements at the start and explaining what the structure is going to be to get to that end goal together.
It's a bit like writing a specification up front.
Yeah.
Which is very old school, isn't it? We don't do that so much now, do we? A big spec. But it's a bit like that, I would say.
And I think we're going to get into RAG architecture at some point in time. But the irony is that these systems are hugely powerful when you bring the technology and bring it into with your own data sets, right? So most of you at some point in time, and I know we're going to do this today, will feed it a document, some type of reference. Tariq's normal example, which is probably what we'll do here, is, you do your team's transcript, you drop the team's transcript in, and you say to it, what actions do I have on this call that I didn't bother listening to? And it will then come back and summarize the time and the actual date when someone said, Jonathan, can you add that to Trello or something, right? So part of it is it can do that really well. Wait a second, that's what Copilot's all about. Copilot's about upsetting slightly, is intruding by reading through your emails, which it's been doing for a long time anyway, listening into your transcripts, and then realizing what activities, and this is where Microsoft To Do, unfortunately, is going to get more and more clogged up, and start allocating you tasks. So if you're not on a call, the idea is that you can start dynamically working. I'm here today at a workshop, I've missed 2 or 3 R&D calls. Oh, Jonathan, you need to action that PO. Okay, fine. It just comes in. I've got an action that I need to do. So part of it is they're trying to turn it into actionable activities, but you can do that yourself. You can pass it a transcript. You can pass it a whole stack of documents. And we're going to talk a little bit about the different techniques you can use, because typically if you're using a ChatGPT, you'll be storing everything into a vector database, which is just a flat text file in essence. I joked based on my room number, not that I'm inviting people around, but it's 640. And it's, Bill Gates said, no one's ever going to need more than 640K. Ironically, when you feed into Gemini and ChatGPT, there's a hard limit of about 1 million words for the non-paid version, which is about 640K, which is quite ironic. But typically you can bring data in. Now, the advantage of having your LLM Studio on your local machine is you can then bring the RAG architecture in to then feed it much more contextual data. And once you've got it more data in there, i.e. you download all of your Jira repo, you download all your Confluence pages, you upload your entire OneDrive repository and your C drive or whatever it is, then suddenly it knows where it's getting the information. And because, as Paul mentioned, Sam mentioned 2 weeks ago that 73% of the ChatGPT has been trained on illegal content. That's why it doesn't tell you where it got it from. It does now, it gives you the notations, but citations of where it should be. But if you bring a large language model offline, it will always tell you where it found the information. And more importantly, it will say, I've read your requirement specification over here, and it says 42 is the number you're looking for. But I've also read this Confluence page, and it says 43. Which one's correct? And you might see conflicting information. It will tell you exactly what URL it is, what ticket it is, what document it is. So these tools are incredibly powerful. And this is where we're kind of moving to by the end of today, saying, well, use the large language model for what it's good at, which is a reference to the world, and then feed it your own data, and then you can start, building on top of that. And that will be hopefully where we get to. Next question.
A couple of questions. So one is a kind of a practical one. It says, what's the best, how do you keep your conversations, having them recorded and you can come back and visit them again? I think you have to register, not just use it cold. If you register, I think you should be able to recover your conversations. Is that right? Is that your understanding for all of them?
Yeah, so your threads, and this is the interesting thing, is people, in the old days, people got really worried that your data was actually being shared with ChatGPT. And of course, the earlier versions, it was used for training, but in actual fact, the examples which people have, like Samsung, the famous Samsung example where he provided some of his code because he wanted to beautify it or, look at some code coverage scripts or whatever he wanted to generate. So he fed it in the thread, the actual code, and then he continued on the same thread a long time later and then asked it to generate some code. He generated the code which he'd written previously, and he was like, well, it's stolen my code. Well, it's not. It's just got the short-term memory within a thread. So that's where people kind of get a bit confused. But you can tell, and this is a really useful thing, is if you're in the mid of a thread, you can tell ChatGPT or any large language model, forget everything I told you, and that will then reset it back to its normal state. But it's much more easy.
That's what it says.
I know it does. But you're much better off, which is what Paul's like with his recipes and his poetry, is to actually name those threads and then keep them separate. and then go back to them later, because in a way it retains that knowledge. If I pass in a transcript and then I pass in another transcript, one of the weird things about it is when it says you use the normal term, which is I'm going to pass you a file, I want you to memorize this, and I will ask you questions later. You'll notice when it comes back, it decides to make its own reference up. So it'll say, oh, I've read Teams transcript, and yeah, I'm ready to take questions about it. If you feed it another transcript document, it will then say, oh, I've read the second transcript. And the thing is, if you wanted to directly reference the first one, you're going to have to use the terminology it defined, which was Teams transcript and second transcript. Yeah. Because in a way, it's starting to catalog the information into memory, and you need to be able to define it based on its response.
You have to give it, you have to almost give it the relationships between the first document and the second, and say, look, in the first document I said this, in the second document I said that. What's your analysis of the situation? So if you prompt it to remember, it will remember. But quite often it doesn't remember by default, and it will lose stuff, which is not great. Particularly if you keep adding and adding and adding to a conversation, it's forgotten, potentially forgotten, unless you remind it. It feels like it needs reminding every now and then. Oh, by the way, the first thing you said was, and our mission statement is, you have to remind it almost. Another question, quick one, I think. These are not, I don't think we can answer them right now, but is AI safe to use? That's the big,
no,
I don't know.
That.
Or is the consultant's answer is always,
it depends.
It depends.
Yeah. So there's a few things. So I sit on the European Union AI Alliance, and what they've been doing over the last 7 years is creating the European AI Act, which is now in force. And within the European AI Act, in essence, it's a large fine for organizations that misuse AI for the wrong reasons. I.e., if we decided to build some type of traditional ML, it doesn't have to be a large language model, which of course is a subset of ML and NLP. It could be any AI that's been implemented, infused into an application. You're liable for it making any clinical decisions. Now, what's worse is the equivalent in the US is the Executive Order 10/2248, which is which Biden set up, which comes into effect next year. But at the moment, you can be taken off, stop trading completely. So it literally, if you were Intel and you were stopping trading, that would pretty much destroy the organization. So they're really going big in the US. They put in force already that there's some certain trustworthiness frameworks which you've got to put into place. And so we've already had I'm not going to say cease and dismiss, but we've had a letter from the US government to say, we want you to audit yourself as part of this new trustworthy framework. You need to give us the evidence that you're actually building this ethically. Now, two sides of this. One of them is this, I don't know if anyone's here heard of AI Trism, but AI Trism is a trustworthy framework that people are supposed to comply to. I'll put it onto slides later on, but Trism is in essence an operational structure that you have to go through. And that means that every single decision that's being made has to be auditable. So if it's got a prompt response, it needs to be able to understand what was the toxicity, what was the fluidity, what was the quality of the response that came back, and how was that then transformed and loaded into the system. And people use things, they typically call it ML ops, so things something like ML flow to document all of those activities that are happening within the large language model or AI-based system.
I'd say, should you trust AI? I'd turn it around and say, well, how do you evolve or develop trust in a new graduate who's really smart, who's really enthusiastic, always wants to help? You give them low-grade work to start with, you see what they produce, and if you trust that, you move on to more higher risk activities. It's kind of the same. I mean, it depends on your situation, your context, whatever how you want to put it. I don't think there's this is trustworthy, that's not. I mean, there might be mechanisms that make some things more trustworthy, but I think you've got to experiment and learn and get to know them. Like any human being, it's like, I don't think it's any different. You've got to get to know how they behave. in certain situations and say, okay, I can trust this thing in a crisis. Because that's what you really want to know. Can I trust it when the stakes are high? I don't care about generate some content for a website. That's very low. It could be high risk if you make stupid statements. But effectively, I don't know why anyone writes copy anymore for websites. The AI do it. And when it produces stuff, you can say, so as an example, so I've written a lot of stuff over the years, so has Jonathan. I gave it some content from one of my little pocket books, about 2 pages, and maybe like 700-800 words, and said, this is some writing that I've done in the past. I want you to, and it was relating to stakeholder management, that kind of game. And I said, write me a 3,000-word article in the style of the content you've got. So write it like I would have written it. Here are 6 things I want you to talk about, 6 sections maybe. Go. And the prompt was as simple as that. It was some content, write like this, here are some bullet points. And it came up with a 3,000-word article very quickly, and it read okay. I thought, yeah, I could have written this. Now you could say, oh, that's scary. Oh, fantastic if you're a student writing essays. But obviously, academic, we could talk about this a bit later, but how does academia deal with that problem? Because it's a massive issue for them. They've got to change the way they teach and evaluate people. That's not a small thing. Anyway, the rest of the question.
Sorry, could you answer the most likable question from here about complete examples?
Yes, I was about to do that. So, so you've got more than I have. There's no question of this. Can you provide examples of where AI prompting has significantly improved testing efficiency in real-world scenarios? So I think if you could drop a few of those in during the day, that's probably the way to go. Is that right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Whoever asked it, the answer is yes. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. Maybe said shit again.
And the great thing is, I think part of it is.
Shall I sit?
No, you don't need to sit.
All right then.
So part of it is, so like I said, I spent the last 2 years, or my team spent the last 2 years building an AI augmented solution, right? Why did we build it? Well, sorry, flicking through, is this reason here is AI augmented testing. So this is the August 2023 Gartner software engineering area. And of course, it's always hype cycle to say, well, what's the biggest thing that's going to happen? And of course, AI augmented testing was, number one. And so I'm going to share some material in my session on Friday, but I'll do some spoiler alerts here. And so we kind of, about 2.5 years ago, where we started building a solution, a testing solution, and we went, obviously, like everybody else did, we went quite big, and we launched it in Gartner in Vegas, a tool that could, in essence, generate code, right? And nobody was interested. Let's just put it this way: it was a false start. We'd gone with the hype, thinking we just need to create a code generation tool. We want
Is that application code or test code?
Test code.
Test code.
So what we did is we kind of said to it, here's a web page, create me the test for that page. And it's kind of what Checky does now with Jason's product, which is free. And it would create code. Now, the good thing was because Paul knows his son used to work for a company called Eggplant. Eggplant had a proprietary language, which was about 20 years old, which was English-based. So it didn't use identifiers, it didn't use DOM references, it uses computer vision. So if I want to click on time, it just looks for the time and then clicks it, which is a bit like YOLO. You only look once if you've used any of the YOLO libraries. Now, we built it, so we said, okay, here's your web page, create tests. And it went off and created tests. And you could create them in Selenium, you could create them in Playwright and Cypress. And, we were all high-fiving each other thinking, we've solved world peace. And the answer was we wasn't. We just created a code generation tool, which anyone could do by asking ChatGPT to create, here's a HTML page, raw text, create me the tests for this. It's not rocket science. It's probably 2 days worth of Paul's time, which is worrying. But you know, part of it is we then, to that question, we then thought, well, what are we trying to solve? And we went back to the age-old problem of requirements engineering. And this is where the last 2 years we've spent, I'm not saying it's the right thing, but we spent the last 2 years building a graph-based RAG architecture, which is poly AI. I use the word poly AI, which I was going to add to the last question. The idea of polyamorous AI is that it's not model specific. You can change models in and out. So we run 22 different models. Different models will run at runtime. So some are based on language models, some are fine-tuned models that only deal with Gherkin syntax, and that's all they're designed to do. Some of them just generate code. So things like Codex T5 is in essence a code generation model. But what we're doing is we're loading 2 models up in the real world, and we're saying, what am I looking at? Well, I'm looking at either a task where I'm trying to understand English and language, or I'm trying to do some testing activity. I want to generate some test data. I probably want to utilize a different model than if I'm going to use for just understanding text. So I'm going to show you those examples and show you how we've evolved our thinking, which does go all the way to the opposite end of the spectrum. So far that we're now looking at light graphs, which are like a new type of graphing modeling capability using light, which I still don't know how light works, so you know, don't ask me. That's the question to it. But I will give you some real-world examples as we go through. Now, I think it'd be good to start with 1 or 2 kind of really simple questions that you guys can do on your own, I say on your own, but also in groups based on what we've already talked about, you know, because this, by the way, this is not how to write a prompt, just in case you look at it and go, this is the way I should do it. You know, but this is sometimes where people start, right? And I think it's not a bad place to start. And you know, Dorothy Graham, who's been in the automation space for 50 years. She just lives down the road from Paul. I've known her. I've wrote a few books with her. You know, she did this in a workshop 2 weeks ago in Vienna, and she wrote the classical, I want you to act as a Google test manager. Now, I don't know why a Google test manager is better than anyone else, because I've met loads of people from Google, and they're typically crap. So I don't know if that is supposed to be, I want somebody who's a crap test manager. No one's from Google. All right. But I've also seen, like, I'm really lazy. So as Paul kind of alluded to earlier, I'll always go act as an MIT engineer as my default response, just like default postponer, because I know it's going to be a certain type of response. Now, this is the most important one that I think is on this area. So, quick question: who thinks, if I ask it in English versus Japanese, which one would be the better response? So I ask the question in Japanese and I expect it to reply in Japanese, versus I will speak to you in English and expect it to come back in English. Which one would you expect the better quality of responses for, and why?
That depends on what it means.
Pardon?
People may not better than go.
You would think that, and the answer is it's Japanese. Now it's interesting because it's how well structured the language is. English is great for poetry, like Paul writes poetry. It's not great for. It's so ambiguous compared to more structured languages. Now there's 3 structured languages it recommends.
Characters represent words. There's like thousands of characters.
I know.
One is very, and that's similar to the way it's AI stores it in the.
It's in its own store, yeah. So it's interesting. So we panicked. So when we were doing our practical thing, we were like, we got a Japanese company that wants to use it. There's Japanese. There's always a fine-tuned variant in every language. So we took a minstrel, which is now Pixtral model, and we pushed that in, and we fed it in Japanese documentation into the RAG architecture. We ran the same queries that we'd done, which we'd used in before, and then we expected the responses to be around 80%. So we have a check. Anything over 80% is amber. Anything over 90% accuracy is green, and green means it's all good. The response you got isn't garbage. Amber means it kind of then goes off and refines it a little bit. And we found that actually the scores were higher in Japanese with the same set of activities we were running than they were in English. Now, I kind of nearly believe it, but I think you're right. Also, my gut feeling is if I was going to index the internet, which is what a large language model is, it's mainly English. Now, I know that sounds quite, rude there, but I do think that actually more structured languages get better structured results. So if your native tongue is not English, I'd recommend using that over English, but you can choose what language you want it to input and output. So, that's a really useful thing. The other one, which I must admit, a bit like Paul, I overuse disproportionately. So I was on the plane back and I was like, I've got to write this book. No one cares. No one's ever going to read it. I'm just going to say to it, create me 3,000 words in the style of me. So I love what Paul said. It's like, give it your old book or some of your writing or your emails or your Confluence page and say, that's my style of writing. Create 3,000 words, at least 3,000 words is the easiest way to say. If you say to it, I want exactly 100 words, it typically isn't very good at doing that. It'll go either side. But if you kind of add these little tips, this one obviously for us ADHD dyslexic people, is always worth embedding somewhere in your prompts to say, don't care too much about my grammar, resolve it, which it does anyway by default. But if you ask it that you want it to tell you what mistakes you've made, because I noticed about 7 in your prompts, that sometimes actually give you the wrong, like you didn't put don't, you spelled don't wrong. So if the tokenizer actually sees it and says, that isn't don't, it could be do, it becomes a negative and a positive. So you actually want it to highlight when you've made mistakes and how it's resolved it, because otherwise it will resolve it and maybe not give you the response that you expect. So I know most of us have got ChatGPT at some point in time here, and we are going to use Slido. And the reason why we're going to use Miro, the reason why is because we've got prizes, which are really cute, and they still have the price tag on, which shows you how much I want to spend on today.
Can we just show them off?
No, don't show them off because it's more exciting. People just don't know what they're getting. They might get Paddington at the moment.
The hint is a thing from Hamleys, which is a toy shop.
It's a toy shop, so they're definitely toys. They aren't a new iPad. Well, could be. It could be your iPad. We could give it away at the end. It's got a broken key on it, so.
I know.
So anyway, let's make this a bit more interactive. So, has anyone got any feedback about what they think about this prompt? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it ugly? Is it okay? Is it missing something? And obviously, I have spoiler alert at the start to say it is. Pardon? It's not bad, or it's not bad. Okay, yeah. And that's the thing.
What do you expect to get out of it? It's saying, ask me a question, isn't it?
Well, yeah, you all literally, you've not asked it a question specifically on here. You've literally just give it some
I want you to ask me a question. Everything else says check my stuff.
Yeah.
But there's only one thing that you're asking it to do, which is I want you to ask me a question. So
Ask me a
to
question
me, that's
first.
completely inconsistent. Yeah, sorry. We've
No,
not reversed
I like
this.
it.
I'm just being a pedant.
A
right?
pedant. What is a pedant, by the way?
A pedant, I like things to be just so.
That's exactly you. That's your on your profile, right?
You could say anal, but there you go.
But you can't say anal, not on this call. But part of it here is this is interesting. This is Paul's method. This is I want you to ask me questions. I don't want to ask you questions, and I want to make this interactive. So you could start this with a conversation, saying, "I want to ask it a question." Now, for all of the very well Europe-based people here, which of these? Does anyone know the translation on here? I'd say this for Paul. Which one of these is male and which one is female? And I am wearing the same jumper and trousers on this particular instance. Male, female, which one's male,
Making
female?
bad Dan. Well, Dan is female, isn't it? And Hare is male. Is that Dutch? What are you asking? Sorry.
Let's say yeah. So which one's? One of them says naked beach, male beach. And one says naked female beach.
So Dan, I think, is female, and Hare is male, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
But I, as a bad spelling, would have kind of got that as her, as in female.
Maybe, yeah.
So the point is, it's all language based, and even that small typo that you made or could potentially send it the wrong way. Now, one of the weaknesses which I find with these kind of models is it's the tail wagging the dog. It's so used to, and this is why I go through multiple threads on our shared account, is you find that it'll start, something you give it will just not give up on, right? You can say to it, write me some requirements for this system X. And it will go, oh, well, you know, I've just looked at it and, you know, I find system Y is also mentioned. And it starts talking about system Y and you say, no, I want you to talk about system X. But by the time you've strengthened the node, it just can't let it go. It can't get it out of its head that that's the response. And it's going to include system X needs to work with system Y continuously. It's like something in it just can't give up the...
It's almost human.
It's almost human. And so that's why I like wiping its memory. Is like it feels like I've taken it out drinking all night. It's hungover. It's all fresh and ready to go again. It's like it doesn't know what it's doing. But because you've come along and you've called yourself whatever that word is, it is all about linguistics, right? So how many of these on the left-hand side, Paul, are you? Can you describe with a certain level? What is that?
Psycholinguistics. I've no idea.
See if I can find. It's what?
The analysis of how linguistics works in our mind.
See, every day is a school day for you.
Cool. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I love it. Someone's in there who's got the thing.
Someone's paying attention.
But this is the thing, is, you know, we've done this over and over again where we've said, you know, language is so important and how we use language. And I've not got it installed on there because it's an ARM processor. But the first ever test app that I had back in the 90s was the NASA requirements app. And I don't know if you remember that, but you could feed in a text file in with requirements. It'd tell you and highlight words like should, could, ambiguous words, and it would try and improve the language that you're actually using. Are we missing a break?
No, we're right. Another 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
20 minutes.
And context is absolutely everything,
So
right?
I just to butt in there. The notion of prompt engineering, I think, is completely wrong. I honestly think, every week it goes by, I think this more strongly. What you're actually doing is you're programming. Well, you're programming using English, Lithuanian, Japanese, whatever. You're programming in an unstructured language. And so it's a really awful way of doing programming. You know, because essentially what you want to do is you want to give the AI a task, and the way we do that with a computer normally is we'd write some code, we'd write some C++ or Java or Python or one of these languages, which has a very precise syntax. And if you haven't got it perfectly right, the compiler rejects it. It's got to be perfect. Whereas AI is like so good, it can accept almost garbage and still work. And that's the game I think we're actually in. We're actually programming. So I think you have to think like a programmer a little bit, which means you have to get your thoughts in order to specify what you want out of AI. And you could call it you're specifying at the very high level language, and it's behaving the way it does from that. But I still think of it as programming rather than specification. Because you're trying to second guess, how will it do this? How will it treat the language I've just given it? And without getting into trouble. So some of the questions that Dot was asking are very reasonable. Like, don't just ignore typos, tell me what they are, because I might get something wrong thing to do, I think. For example. So.
That makes sense. Okay, so we have got about 15 minutes before everyone needs to get a coffee break. And oh my God, there's a lot of people on this board.
They'll say banging questions now.
No, this is the Miro board. So well done for the people who are on Miro. Minus the fact that I don't know why that always decides to do this. Paul's looking at this technology going, what is this trickery?
No, I can't see it. So
Oh, you got some people who are actually putting their avatars on, which is impressive. So the advantage of being on this exciting board is there's two things. One is, as Paul kind of mentioned before, that the AI with JW is his slides, but what I'm also going to do is I'm going to put the videos which we've got into this, and also all the slides are on the right-hand side, left-hand side, so you can take them away, download them. I'll put links in there to all the material, so you can literally take it away and use it. But what we're going to try and do is kind of, we want to get people to start doing some prompts, right? We want people to kind of say, okay, share some of your prompts. So to do that, minus the fact that it's not massively locked down, it's just to press this sticky note on the left, pick a color, drop it in, and then, unfortunately I have to move it across, and then just paste in your prompts. You don't have to put your name if you don't want to, but if my prompt was here and then response here, we can share these. And what we're going to do is, as we go along, I'm going to systematically go onto here and look at some of the responses and some of the forms examples that we've got, and then we'll give prizes out for ones that are really nice. But also, more importantly, we can talk through some of the ones we're working on, right? And to give you an example of, here's one I did earlier. Let's say it in the nicest possible way. Over here in the corner, here's some of the ones that people have done on other workshops. And some of the great points on this one here is obviously they've gone in with, as a software test engineer, I like the idea of that. Obviously adding software, not hardware, is going to be one of those. I want you to write in English and I'll respond in English. But what you see here is you've got the two JSON specials that are in there. Don't be lazy or I'll be fired. That turns off the cache, which is always useful to get rid of. And then the SAM loophole of I'll pay you $200 for the response, then makes it work harder. You'll then, get the things. And then you can see the lazy version of Jonathan version of the, as a graduate, a tester graduate of MIT, I'm going to ask you, working for Microsoft, I'm going to ask you in English, but please reply in French. So, we can start some of those examples off and paste them in. This sounds more like you because you went to Oxford University, right? Is that your prompt?
No, I'm not using it.
As a keen and intellectual functional mobile tester. I remember sometimes you can go too narrow. So if your job is mobile app development on Flutter or Appian, if you narrow in too much with the profile, you can find that your responses are incredibly limited. Now that's not a bad thing. It kind of turns the temperature down. Jason uses these elaborate backstories. So he's actually got ChatGPT to write the profiles for all of his testers. And so one of his testers is a dog-loving, left-handed 40-year-old with 3 children who works 20 miles away from the office and commutes daily. And you kind of think to yourself, that's like super, super specific. What's the value? And then literally he'll use that bio to say, what's wrong with this website for Caroline, let's call it for a second. And it'll say, oh, well, Caroline drives to work and she's left-handed. All the buttons are only accessible for a right-handed person. She's wanting to change the sat nav. It just wouldn't work nicely from an accessibility perspective. So sometimes super focusing is great, but then being able to take a step back is also really good. I've got this very lazy thing, which you'll see in my presentation on Friday, where I talk about the multiverse. And this is another argument we've had many Fridays ago, which was the idea of saying, well, I don't want to be Paul from Oxford University. What happens if Paul was a poet? Would he potentially have something different to say about testing this system than he would do if instead of being a mobile tester? And you find that actually those multiverse scenarios where Paul didn't go into testing and he actually went to become a musician with Elton John, they'll actually have different things. So most of the time that are throwaway, but sometimes they'll find something where you think, well, wait a second, that's really useful. I would never have thought of that if I'd not defined the persona to be something completely different and slightly ridiculous. So, I do still give it a lot of credit that you shouldn't narrow too much. So I don't know if anyone's put any prompts down here, but we'll do it after. Give you a bit of time to do that. Now, I'm gonna spoiler alert for my for the prompt. What I think is the ultimate prompt, which I can't take any credit for, but I want people to be thinking about this as they go through. So if you did want to take a photo of this, fortunately, I can't take any credit for it, apart from the. This doesn't look like Star West a few weeks ago.
I'd be surprised if he wrote that originally. But that's on the
Yeah, no, I wrote this version.
Langchain thing.
Yeah.
It's straight out of that.
Yeah, it is in the Langchain documentation in all fairness. So I give Tariq the credit, but this is the kind of format which I use, which is using the Markdown format. So obviously everyone here can see kind of where we were leading into about having a mission statement at the top, and then being super specific. So there's no, I would like to, is it okay, can you do this today, kind of question, structure in there. There is literally just, this is what I want you to do, this is the input I'm going to give you, this is the expected output, and I want you to do the following steps. And so this is, to me, out of all the prompts that we've done, we've ended up using the Markdown method instead of using the method we just showed before, just because of the consistency of the output. I'm not saying it is the ultimate prompt, but it's a good alternative, right? And I think, what's your viewpoint, Paul? So,
well, I'll show examples later, but what's missing from that is, two things. One is templates. So templating is really critical because no one does this by hand in applications. You don't have interactive conversations with AI. It's all done by code. And so you will specify all the data formats in JSON, JSON, what's that, JavaScript. It's a formatting content. It's a bit like XML or HTML. It's just a way of formatting your content, which means that code can deal with the data. And so you might say, I'll provide you data in this format for the next forever, okay, because I'm going to do this many times. I expect responses in this format and with an example in there maybe. And the nice thing is, the GPT models, can deal with that. So if you're a programmer, you stop thinking about an exchange. I ask a question, it gives me an answer. I change my mind. I built. Not like that at all. You try and figure out everything you can in the prompts, and templating is critical. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that you learn very quickly as a programmer. And that's what I learned about a year ago. That's the game we're all in. So, because you want computers to deal with the answers, because you're probably doing databases, you're probably presenting data on doing front ends on an app or a web page or whatever, and programmers need the data in a consistent format. So templating is really important, and the templates can be as complex as you like. So if you think about, for example, let's say I want advice on a diet plan, okay, which is familiar. So we have to play with this game. A diet plan. Well, the starting point is not I want a diet plan. I want to lose weight. I live in Vilnius. What do you say? It'll say I need more information. So the starting point is not I want a diet plan. The starting point is what information do you need, AI, to give me a personalized diet plan? So you ask AI what it needs, and you mentioned this a bit earlier, and then it will say, I want this, and this. Okay, give me that, this, and this in JSON format, so I can codify everything when I send you that prompt. And so you start from the position of everything is codified. Now you can use markup, but it could be HTML, it could be
XML,
JSON, it could be XML, it could be whatever you like. Which is the developers love that. I'm a developer. I love that. I prefer JSON, but that's JSON as opposed to JASON.
Yep.
But that's one of the things that I can give you examples, like if you've got them as well. But
Yeah, we've got some examples later on.
so that's the direction of travel. We're not talking about dialogues that you do interactively. That's not really the game that most apps are playing at the moment. It might be in future where you do have a personal dialogue, but more often it's like you fill in a form, you press a button, it gives you a response. Oh, I've got a diet plan for next week. Fantastic. Can we change this? And then you're editing a database table. You're not doing AI anymore. And that's kind of a pattern, I think, that's very
We'll probably explore that one later. And what I like about what you just mentioned on there as well is a couple of things. First is it's the data discovery aspect, which we haven't touched on yet. Is kind of, well, what information do you need to be able to get the best possible response, right? And
don't be afraid to ask.
yeah. I think that's definitely one point which I think is really useful. If you're doing an activity, it's like, well, what information do you need so that you can provide me with the best possible answer. Now, if you go to the dictionary definition of prompt engineering, it states a prompt engineer is responsible for having, in essence, they use the word templates that are managed and maintained so that over time they consistently give results. So that, in a glorified way of saying, and there's a few exciting things about this. One of them, which you'll see later on the AI hype curve, is one of them is domain-specific language models. Something which I was massively against back at the start of 2 years ago. But these are healthcare, financial services variants, which are designed for an industry-specific use cases, right? So if you are, in this particular case, which is what we're going to probably use later on, you're a retail NOP commerce kind of landscape, you want it to have a retail focus, right? You probably want to lose a lot of that noise. You don't really care too much about it knowing Greek mythology as such. You want it to give you the best possible retail focused answer. So that's one thing, is there is domain specific, and Google are doing this best at the moment, especially in healthcare. But the other one is there's this kind of this variant around, and if you've loaded LLM Studio, you'll notice if you type in the search area, you can ask for a variant that's better at dealing with JSON. So if you type JSON, it'll say a JSON optimized version of Gemini. And that again is designed to take JSON in structured JSON format as an input better and support this kind of markdown format better than just the conversational versions, which, like I said, is bolted onto the large language model. It doesn't organically exist there. It's an afterthought to make it into ChatGPT.
But that's very like programming. Literally, so if you're writing a piece of code, you'll say, include the JSON library, because I'm going to be talking JSON. And warning your AI model that you're going to be using JSON, which is effectively what you're doing. It's just like programming. You can tell this has been built by developers.
Yeah,
it's. I'm afraid if you hate writing code, or you hate code, or you don't want to be a techie, whatever, I think you have an advantage if you've got some familiarity with writing code. I really do think that.
But I think the other thing is using the API is one thing. Again,
even without using the API, you're still trying to force the computer, the AI, to behave a certain way.
Yeah.
So you are influencing it, maybe rather than coding. But,
But we're going back to the AI whispering for a second, and we are breaking. So the idea is we'll come back. We'll get, if you haven't got it on your laptop already, but we'll have some GPT. Looks like everyone's pretty much sat on Miro in some to see the questions are coming in on Slido. We're going to go through a few examples where we're going to be kind of a bit more focused on this. But we want you to think about those kind of things that we've been setting up, about the ideas of what questions do I need to ask? How do I refine it? We've joked about things like Jason, not spelled with a J, around, where is Jason? Oh, poor Jason's not here. Never mind. But yeah, we've talked about the fact that you can do these little backdoor things. You can talk to it in different languages. You can give it different personas. We're trying to set up a whole stack of armory for you guys to then kind of go off and explore and try and solve some of the problems, because the real world problems that you've got, as most of you are using it now or to a certain level, or want to be able to use it in the future, is like, okay, well, what are the problems you're going to get? What are, and I'm going to use the word hallucinations for a second, because I think part of, I'm going to say, the laziness of using a ChatGPT is ChatGPT is a massive model. You know, I personally don't use ChatGPT, even though he probably sees my logs on sometimes. I always want to run local against a RAG architecture, because I want to laser focus into, I know exactly what I want the response to be, and I don't want the whole internet to an 127 billion size model. I'm quite happy with a 7 billion model or a 1.6 billion model, which is super focused in my activities that I want, whether that be testing, whether that be creating test data, whether that be passing in particular formats, code generation, all the stuff with all the options you have within LM Studio. So we'll get into that. We'll get into a bit more detail. Hopefully everyone's kind of partially warmed up their brain for the next session. If we all consume some caffeine now for the next, is it 15 minutes?
25.
25 minutes. That's a lot of caffeine. We could get some espresso martinis, decaf ones at this time. Right, so we'll see you back in 25 minutes, guys. Thank you very much.
So I'll ask some questions.
Yeah.
I just want to show the Slido, and
Yeah, so
it's really easy to do it that way. And then
I've got them on the Slido is embedded into each one of the pages. Hey.
hello.
I'm actually late and I need some help to get into your,
Okay. I don't know about the Myro.
all right.
Jonathan.
Yeah, so the Myro one,
Oh, really?
is that the right URL? Yeah. I don't know, let me see.
That's a 4. See.
I didn't see that from back there.
Yeah, that's a
That's the problem. Even I can't see it from here. We don't
Okay, okay, thank you.
It's all the prizes. You want to win the prizes later. That's the thing. Oh no, it's 24's not the number.
But this IP connectivity is better.
We need to add it completely.
Yeah.
Tell us why I think we should.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Hi. Hello, I'm Nisha.
Hi, your name? I'm Paul.
Paul. You're both joining the dinner, right?
We are, yeah.
Looking forward to next question.
Still not working on TestCom.
No, good for you.
My case sensitive.
It is, I think it is, yeah. Well, I typed it, it did work, didn't it?
Can I use some of your messages in my presentation? Because I love to set up on other presentations that happened before.
Yeah.
To not start and retake everything again and
No, that's
again and again,
perfect.
because that's nonsense.
Yeah.
You want to improve.
No, that's perfect. Like I said, on the slide, on the Myro thing, all the slides are on there.
Yeah.
So just feel free to use whichever one you want. Right? But to be honest, like I do the same thing. Like my automation start keynote, I literally just took what Dorothy was saying on her one, and then just put her slides in my presentation, and it fits so nicely because you're kind of saying, okay, well, I'm leading on from this journey.
Yeah, because I'm switching now my whole speech from using AI-based strategies to increase your efficiency in building test cases.
Yeah.
To how to use actually AI in a secure manner.
Oh, nice.
Because we have built a special AI,
Offline.
secure AI.
Nice.
Not offline, no. We have it both. We have it offline and we have it online.
Private cloud, yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I can, we'll go through it tonight, but like, so all the stuff, I'll show you the architecture of what we've built, but everything we've built into Iron Bank. So all our containers run in Iron Bank.
Yeah.
We built everything offline, so it was designed to just be completely secure, because part of the EU AI Act really kind of puts that stringent requirement to say you shouldn't be going to public-facing API.
Yeah.
Now, fair enough, people argue, they go, well, you know, I'm hosting Azure's OpenAI. You're like, well, yeah, you're still responsible. So if you're passing like ITAR, which is what we do, ITAR regulated documents, even inside of your firewall is still things. You need to be air-gapped. It needs to be compliant to the standards of, you know, and like whatever else, and you need to be super kind of building the secure SOC 2 kind of security levels around that to make sure that you can operate in those kind of new DoD environments and stuff like that. So we can
because what we did is we have a server in the Swiss server farm.
Okay.
That is also FINMA approved. So that was a pain in the ass to get this FINMA approved.
But it was.
But it is now FINMA approved.
Yeah.
And people can use our framework to access either cloud-based AIs with their rules that they set up. So which files, which repositories, what should be accessed to, and what should be
into the rack. Yeah. Okay,
exactly. And the other one is we have a full server that you can put just in your rack. It's fully set up with the whole AI system in it. So if you want to have it
offline, like AI infrastructure.
Exactly. So if you want to have it offline, just take the hardware.
NVIDIA farms, or
no?
We managed to get some resellers for the C2, the proper AI infrastructure racks.
Yeah. No, we have customized it so completely by scratch.
That's the way to do it.
But it's just that's the machine. Just put it in your rack.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And it's completely offline.
That's what Paul's got. You've got your rack with your 3090, haven't you?
It's not a rack, it's just a tower.
Oh, okay. No, we have.
It lives in my study, so.
Yeah, we have.
Is it in your study? I thought it was in a data center.
Well, I've got two studies. No. They wouldn't fit, would it? It's huge.
Yeah, the cards are like.
We've got a couple of 1U servers. But nothing, I mean, it's a 2U piece of kit. So you pay like double the money just for one, just to have that.
So actually, it would not be fair if I put my prompts in it, because my prompts are completely optimized by AI.
Yeah. No, that would.
But why not? That's fair.
I mean, I can put one. Just write me some test cases on a website.
Yeah. I think that would be quite good. No, that's really cool. I
can put it in just so you have some structure to discuss on.
Yeah.
It's not a small.
The test cases, you said?
So no, it's I just quickly build a prompt that can be used to, for example, create test cases out of a website.
Okay.
So you just
HTML.
Exactly. So you just give it to ChatGPT, for example, and say, hey, this is my website. I want to build test cases, functional test cases. It should follow this structure. Please go ahead and.
But it creates tests, but it creates tests.
It creates.
It'll create some examples, but it's not a covering set of tests.
It should.
Well,
it should.
But does it?
I didn't try it.
Oh.
I just created it. Now.
I did that a long time ago.
Yeah.
And like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
You have to keep telling it and reminding it. Oh well, you've missed this bit. You've missed that. You've missed it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not good enough. You know. So, you know what I mean? I don't think that's a good use of. You'll never be happy with it. You know what I mean? It's like it's like having a student and he keeps going back and asking questions. You know, well, what about this? What about that?
But the thing is, you're starting on a complete different level.
Yeah.
Instead of now reviewing the whole requirements and thinking of, okay, which test cases do I need to do by risk base, you're just telling the AI, okay, give me your result, list it to me, and I can skim through it and say, okay, that's fine. You missed here and this one. I can add those.
But I don't want to do that.
Okay.
Well, why would it's like saying I'll give you a task and you keep coming back to me with 80% of what I've asked, and you're not you, but the AI is coming back. That would really grab. I'd rather do it myself.
Well,
it would be faster to do it myself.
Is it? Are you faster?
Testers work pretty quick. Well, they can do.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes, yeah. But a good test, yeah. But if you have a poor tester, but The problem is, give a poor test to AI.
Oh, that's horrible.
That won't,
Oh, yeah.
that's not necessarily going to, because they
Well, the
won't
thing is-
question it, you see.
That's the thing that I will say in my speech is, with AI, your skills come even more valuable.
Yeah.
Because if you don't understand your area, your handcraft, you will not be able to tell if it's telling you bullshit or not. I don't even talk about hallucination, because it's not hallucination. It's just telling bullshit.
Well, I actually think it's, I don't even think it's hallucinations. I generally think there is, because Jason said the same thing. He's like, all the papers that were written on around hallucinations, he redid the ones that hallucinated, and they don't really exist anymore. But I think part of the hallucination is just bad prompts. Is if your prompt isn't tuned enough to be able to be processed, then you get hallucinations. So like we did, same as what you're talking about here, is we did when we built the architecture, originally we, passed a PDF file in and said, oh, how many requirements are in this PDF? And of course, every time it would come back with, oh, well, it's 642 or 8,000.
It'll just give you it'll just feedback what you just gave it.
Well,
It doesn't add any value, but at least it's got them all.
but like you were kind of saying, you could argue with it and go, no, there's 680, and it'd say, oh yeah, no, I can see there's 680. And so what we ended up doing, which is kind of what, it sounds like you've done as well, is we ended up saying, okay, we spent more time on the ingestion of unstructured data and putting it into the graph notation than we did with actually getting the doc. So the document ended up being from unstructured to structured. And then the next thing was we then created, we've got a whole stack of Apple engineers who then started doing the ingest process to then into the graph. And, then the document would say, okay, if it's an SRS document, it's okay, 3.3.2 is this piece of text. What does 3.3.2 relate to? Well, it also really relates to 1.6.6 because what we're using here is the TRM platform. It references the TRM platform here, so that it creates the graph relationship. And if I look at TMR links to this system, links to this. So we end up with a whole graph off the document set. Then, because it's transposed every 3.3.1, 3.3.2, and it realizes that headers, it knows the structure of the format, and it says, okay, a header, just a header. We actually care about one tiering of 1 or 2 levels down. It then extracted them and put them into a structure that went into the vector to then say, okay, now we've got nicely structured requirements that are classed in a formalized SRS specification format. And we can ask it how many requirements you got, how many requirements relate to TMR 33, and it'd say, oh, 42, and it would be absolutely accurate. But the thing was, our prompts that were sat on the top weren't any different to the prompts that we were asking it before around the PDF that's been thrown into the vector. The problem is it didn't understand the structure of what it was looking at. And once it knew the IEEE or the ISO standard for format of SRS documents, it was like, well, yeah, I know what an SRS document is. I know what, it is. And that's the thing, is the prompts are contextually based on how the information's prepared. And this is why I think, and hopefully we'll get into it later.
The standard in that case would be a template.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
So it's very, I think, the tools are very dependent on you giving it good templates.
It's the content. It's
If you give it a free text, 5,000 words, just solid text, it will figure out all the grammar and the structure. Yeah. But if it doesn't understand that the lettering A, B, C, D actually needs to represent different features or different, making it up. But if you give it 30 lines of JSON and say the format of the requirement is this, it'll just bang, it'll pick them all out. Somehow it helps. So that's why I think templates are it's not the way to go. I think they're just critical. It shouldn't be called prompt engineering. The prompts are the easy bit. The templates, the tricky part.
Exactly. So in my prompt training, what I do is I teach five basic frameworks that they can use for prompt engineering. And I say follow those templates. It's role, task, content, for example. That's the easiest way. Or you go ahead and go with examples and structure, and you know what? Let me post my prompt in here. Then you have something to.
Yeah, no. If you put it into the into
where
the,
should I-
put it into Miro, and then we'll go through it.
Where should I hit it?
If we can put it just over here where I'm, obviously that's the old stuff there, but yeah, wang it around here will probably work in this area. Yeah, throw it there and we'll go through it. I'm going to go to the tactical toilet break. Might get a prize for putting even first one.
Do you know what the challenge is? I don't have enough space to paste it in. Full problem would be this one. And it's cutting out right
I
here.
can use my roads now.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. It's just something to
Yeah.
You can do it in 2 parts.
Could.
That's my simple suggestion. It's from you.
That's the easiest way.
Unless you can do that.
Let's see if that works. Miro is great for brainstorming. Other than that, I'm not using it. So let's see, we have protection, detail, test case structure, markdown, and addition. Yeah. That's what I do. That's how I structure my drawings. Yeah.
Is it online?
Yeah, it's right there.
Is that it?
Yeah. Just mentioned that's just one. There isn't enough space to put everything in. I put it into two
separate ones. Let me have a look.
So, because the full structure was like this. So it's the objection,
Yep, that's
details,
nice.
test case structure, the markdown format, and additional notes.
Oh, amazing. No, that's awesome.
And that's the way how I teach it.
Nice. That's nice.
Because by that, you're reducing the hallucination to absolute minimum.
Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, it's a good structure. I think it keep, like I said, the objective thing. You're using the markdown, kind of similar markdown format as for just that structure is so better for consistency purposes.
And also, if you want to maintain it, because all our assistants that we build for our customers, they need to be maintainable. And if you have a structure like this, you know exactly where to put what if you want to change it.
Yeah, we have all our prompts and our chains of prompts in just like editable JSON files. And when we send it, we've got a fast API at the front of it.
Yeah.
When we send it with a persona, which in essence then allows us to use the variants of the actual prompts. So there'll be certain prompts that will have accessibility like you've got on security, and then that then it goes a little bit further.
So what we do is write this. So this one was a pain.
Yeah, the business process model and notation. So you built that, have you?
I built that.
Yeah,
So all the blue ones, that's for me. And what we did is with this one here, it was a request from a customer. He has some process.
We did the exact same thing. So we did a parser that converted business process modeling and notation to XPDL. A similar kind of format.
We gave it it was a complete unstructured process that they had. So they took those process, put it in, it structured it in the right way. Listed down, explained what the process should do, and then created the XML file, the one that you need to insert it and into the modeler.
So we took it a step further. So business process modeling notation 2.2, which is the OMG standard stuff, which it works generically with most things. We ended up using digital twin definition language. So that's an OMG standard, but the structure around it includes relationships between nodes. So like what we just talked about for the graph database, you would have the relationship between system relates to system X. Digital twin definition allows the tagging of the model to include those meta tags. So we went XPDL, business process modeling notation to XPDL to digital twin definition language, and then we use digital twin definition language to feed into the graph notation. And then all the way back at the start is in essence a process. So we call them digital twins, they're not really digital twins, it's just model-based testing. But we start with the model relationship stuff, and the model then takes a step earlier. So when we talk to the prompt, we say, can you give us a state transition diagram? Then we take the state transition diagram, which has all the crap arrows as a flat text file, and we convert the state transition diagram to business process modeling. Then we get to XPDL, and then we get to digital twin definition. And then we refine those models based on, add me a new node, which is a caption for the prompt. It then adds it to there, adds it to there. And then once you've got the model notation, then it knows its way around, and then you can help with the code generation.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, it hurts my head, but it works. Yep.
What do I see information about what model to choose? The studio now?
Yeah, you got the studio. So the top ones that come up, obviously, I usually go with the next kind of one. But once you've got some studio loaded up, right? So when it comes up, okay, so it's got the Llama 3.1. I'd go for this one to start off with. And then once you've got the Llama, you see this is just coming from Hugging Face, right? Then you can choose other models depending on but I'd start with the Llama 3.1 and then go from there. So the instructed music is going to talk, it's going to have the conversational component. If it doesn't have the word instruct in it, then you don't get it. But that'll be fine. Obviously, the Wi-Fi will take a kick in while you download the 8 billion model. Right, you ready to party?
Can we get into official work? What do you think?
What's that? I heard it like someone hit a dong or something. It's like.
Well, I think it's only 5 past, so they're early.
Yeah, no, which is why we're just generally goofing about.
I'm working to rules, so I'm not starting until 10 past.
That's fine. We're not starting. We're just talking. There was a great question at the front, which was just raised about if you downloaded LM Studio, minus the great Wi-Fi, which model to use. So the default, I think, is the Llama 3.1 instruct model, which is an 8 billion model, which is completely fine. Everyone has their favorites. Like I said, I use the Minstrel of Experts models, which is the 8 times 7 billion models, and then they've created something 2 weeks ago called Pictual, and Pictual is a large vision model stuck onto the front of a large language model. Now, most people at this point in time kind of go, well, why do I want a large vision model? And I'll quickly clarify that while we're waiting for people to turn up. Here is are they all here?
I'm just going to tell a little story about last week.
What, last week? Why? What were you had for?
Last week I was lucky to go to a different conference in Sao Paulo in Brazil. I've never been to Brazil. I've never been to Lithuania, and here I am. Brazil, there was a timetable for the program for the first day. And I was not doing anything until the afternoon, but anyway, so I rocked up at 9 o'clock, ready to start, and there was lots of scurrying around, but not really. Everybody was ready, whatever, but the conference did not start on time. It meant to be 9 o'clock, and it was 9:40, 40 minutes late. So the very first thing this conference did was slip. I mean, like, even projects don't go that badly, do they? Where you lose 3 weeks on the first day of the project. No, it doesn't usually happen, does it? And I said to the organizer, this is really unprofessional and it's not very good, whatever. And I said, well, we have to give people time to get here. I said, well, okay, we'll start at 10. Tell people it's 10 o'clock and then they've got time. Oh no, they'll still be late. Well, I won't swear now, but you should start on time. And the interesting thing is, this was, I don't think this is going to cause too much offence, but the conference was about developing high integrity systems. So they're in the game of having very, very detailed planning, very precise monitoring and control of projects, but they can't even start a conference on time. Compare that to here, where there's a gong and everybody piles in, and you're ahead of time. You've cut your break short to come here on time. And we did start a bit late, that's our fault. But however, it's a refreshing,
2 minutes late, 2 minutes late.
It's a refreshing change to have people coming on time, and it's really good. Thank you. Just like to say that. Oh no, this is the dangerous toy.
No, we already had a contributor for our first prompt, so I thought I'd give him this amazing item, which is what to do until I open it, and then I'm going to throw it. Paul?
Okay,
well, there you go. Let's see.
Health and safety, no.
Health and safety.
Not in your hands anyway.
Did work well.
I thought you lived in Australia for a while.
I did, yeah.
I thought you were an expert boomerang thrower.
It's not a boomerang, I think it's So yeah, so why am I talking about large vision models when we were all quite excited with our normal lives beforehand? And I like this slide based on the fact that I can't read any of it. I could probably zoom in somewhere. Wait, man, clicker up. One over here. There we go. So, large vision models, again, as we step towards the large action models, large vision models play a massive part in our future. And so ChatGPT 4V, as we all know it, allows images. So you can paste in an image and it will understand what the image is, which is great little trick. But actually, it's really powerful because we talked about what are the testing examples, and there was a great. I'm going to go to a great prompt in a second what's being put onto Miro. Part of it is if you pass it the screen of what you're working on and say, "Tell me about potential accessibility issues." Part of the new European Accessibility Act, which comes into play next June, which is going to be huge, by the way. If anybody wants to take a testing career and make a load of money, it's like Y2K for accessibility testing next year. But you can pass it a screen and say, how do I test this? Or what test should I write for the screen? And part of adding vision to the front end of the model gives it view. Now, me and Paul are slightly drunk last night, getting to the hotel, and there was an icon on my floor. And I said, well, what's that? I said, oh, it must be the pool. And he said, no, that's a washing machine. I was like, it's not a washing machine. It's not a pool. I'll pull it up later. But neither of us could understand what this icon was supposed to be. As a human, we were both sat there debating whether or not I was going to put myself in the washing machine or I was going to go for a swim. So part of it is, it's just an icon. We should be able to recognize it. We gave it to ChatGPT 4, and ChatGPT 4V was like, it's a washing machine. And we were like, okay, well, we don't think it is a washing machine. That's why we're asking you. So adding vision on the front, and like I said, the Minstrel of Experts model, which is kind of my go-to model anyway. Pictorial is the lava model that's stuck onto the front of it, which gives it this ability to recognize and process images. Now, I messaged, I spoiled the spoiler alert. about YOLO. And YOLO was the go-to way of doing it, which was you only look once. And with YOLO, it would in essence give you a description of what the image that you're looking at actually shows. Drag wearing off. I guess there's a little health thing on the head, but not really. But it's very useful to actually give it images of items and then ask it to do stuff. Now, the upsetting part, which Carl would have told you about, is that pigeons are better at looking at X-rays than doctors are, which again slightly upsets me as a fact. But if you give pigeons pictures of X-rays, they'll be more accurate at identifying anomalies than they would do if you gave it to a human, because they're expecting to look for something, whereas the pigeons actually will just peck at the anomalies, and it is true. But this works in a very similar way. Now, what YOLO did, which was really good back in the day, was it would be able to identify whether it was an image, an object. So if you're an automation person here, which I'm guessing a few of you do automation. Anybody? There we go, everybody. So you're in the wrong game, all this manual test and stuff. But when you get YOLO to look at the screen, it will go, oh, well, that's a list box, that's a checkbox, that's a home button, that's the burger button on the equivalent Android. It does that automatically. And the reason why I'm telling you this is the stuff that Microsoft are building at the moment with Sam from OpenAI for the large action models and the visualization of thought. What it's doing in the background is it's running PyAuto tests, just in case you want to choose what language you want to finish on, because obviously Python is pretty much 50% of what it's been trained on. But what it's doing is it's looking at every screen. Now, when I did a live demo for this at Automation Star, I said onto my laptop, and it running on my laptop, I said, play Taylor Swift. Now, that's all I said to it. And this is where I think the difference between the linear scripts we're doing in automation at the moment and visualization of thought. What it does, it launches, in essence, the vision engine first and looks at what my screen's doing. So obviously, Paul's checking his email at the moment. It would look at the screen Paul's on and go, I don't want to be on Outlook, I need to be on my music app. But because he's running an iPad, it goes back to the home page and then he says, oh, well, where's Spotify? Can I see Spotify? And because I know Paul's tight, he wouldn't pay for a Spotify account.
Wrong, I do.
Oh.
And I pay for my partner as well, so there.
There you go. Okay, so example done is it does find Spotify and then it clicks Spotify. And the thing is, when Spotify launches, it knows how to navigate Spotify. Well, how does it know how to navigate Spotify, Paul?
Because it's done it a million times before.
Well, it's done it a million times before, but it's also read all the support documentation to say, I know how to navigate Spotify on an iPad, as well as a web page, as well as the thick client on a Mac, whatever else, right? So part of it is it looks and navigates and says, okay, now I'm in Spotify, I'm going to play Tay-Tay. So it will type in Taylor Swift's new depressing album and play it, because it knows how to press the play button. But all I said to the visualization of thought was play Taylor Swift. And if it didn't have Spotify, it would have gone and found it on YouTube. It would have tried iTunes. If it didn't find iTunes, it would have probably tried Googling for it and then trying to play it. But part of it is it's not trying to solve the actual code. It's trying to work out how to navigate at runtime. And that's how large action models work. And they're fronted by the vision model, which is why it's useful to know. And that's what it looks like if you want to look at the more depressing complexness of large agent. That's the wrong term. They used that originally, but it is now classed as a large action model. They just evolved the way they termed it. So anyway, but I call them large automation models because I think it's quite funny, because it's just automation in essence. Okay, so back to the fun stuff, which was over here. So we had some questions which we were going to get into. Just checking that as questions. Oh. Oh dear. Don't work with live slides is the answer on here.
audience Q&A session. Okay, so the first question, which you can answer off, is when is coffee? Which is always a good one. This is where I should be logged into my own Slido account, so I can just remove them as we go through. Where is the coffee, Paul?
We've just had it.
Right. New phone, so it's going to take a few seconds to get in. So, can you provide examples of where AI prompting has
So
significantly?
these are the ones I read out to you about half an hour ago. So
Did you ask this one?
I can't dismiss them. So
I can in 2 seconds once I've launched the app or downloaded the app and then launched it. So, what about this one?
will be used different resources from the natural Christian language. So we don't know who asked it, but I think the question is if you use English or Lithuanian or Japanese or American, will the AI use different sources of knowledge? Is that the question? I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. I think you'd have to try it. I honestly don't know. I have to say I'm not a linguist, so I speak English badly.
Bad English.
And French terribly, and that's about, I know a little bit of Latin, but that's not really very current, is it? So I don't know the answer to that. I think you'd have to try and just see what happens. If you have to reference, so I don't know. Do you have any view on that?
Well, no, I think we did partially discuss it, about the fact, is anything better than English language? I partially would have joked about the fact that Klingon is better than English, but you've also got to know Klingon, which is a slight problem, right? Right, so let's...
But the question arises, every 10 years or so, somebody comes up with a formal language to define requirements, like a mathematical language. Should we be using that to communicate with AI?
And the answer is probably yes. So one of our friends, colleagues, a guy called Tom Gill, wrote something called Planguage back in 1970. He did decide the other day to tweet me, and when he said tweet me, he didn't DM me. He just tweeted at Jonathan, "Here's all the work that I've ever written on my Sky Drive thing," and it literally had like 40 gig of just research papers that he'd been writing since the early 70s. So I will make that link available because he created something which is called Planguage, which was supposed to be an ambiguous language.
But it's not, is it?
It's
not
not
a mathematical language.
It's a mathematical language, but he recently put it up against 3 new emerging languages that were supposed to also be unambiguous.
The formal methods.
Formal methods, and they scored relatively similar. There's better versions, but it's worth looking at Planguage. You can literally type Tom Gill Planguage, and you'll see some of the examples.
So I'm just thinking aloud, okay? So if you like, what we don't want a formal language because that's just mathematical and that's rocket scientists. Any rocket scientists in the room? It's rocket science. I'm not a rocket science, but the rocket equation is not that complicated. If you did a bit of maths, you'd understand it. Anyway, the issue is, my guess and my expectation is more and more we'll be using code or front ends that generate code, and I think that's a lot of what's going on right now, to communicate with the AI. But essentially we need a domain-specific language, for financial services, as you say, testing is one, the meaning of life is another, maybe, I don't know. But the thing is, I think that's where we're headed, in that there will be languages under the box. So in test automation, for example, we used to write Java or BASIC or Python or another 3 or 4 GL kind of language. And the vendors now have moving away from that and coming up with low code or no code tools. So they're trying to hide the complexity. And in fact, that's what they're doing now. So the tools that you get that use AI are simply doing prompting behind the scenes using their in-house design approach.
Language. But what's interesting again?
But is that a temporary thing, or is that?
It's
is
a
that
temporary
the future?
thing, yeah. So this was again back to Diego at Forrester on not last Friday, the Friday before.
I decided to upset his panel of experts who were there only because he had not invited me onto the panel. I talked to him about neuro-symbolic languages, right? And if you come across neuro-symbolic languages, in essence, they're just higher abstraction levels, right? So we kind of talked yesterday about Paul had written, which we will again put on the link to the stuff. You've written a business story method back in, 10 years ago, was it?
2012.
2012, over 10 years ago. And the idea with the business story method was a subset of language which could be used. So if you, I'm guessing most of you read things like specification by example by Goico and stuff like that when you're starting to go into like Dan North when he first put together J-Behave when he was at ThoughtWorks, but then, behavior-driven development and Gherkin syntax, which became very popular and still is very popular today. Part of these abstractions, as Paul kind of said, is these neuro-symbolic languages were supposed to be able to take, like I just said, with the visualization of thought, say, play Tay-Tay. Obviously, you have to be a Taylor Swift person to understand what Tay-Tay meant. So there's a domain-specific capability, and that's what I mentioned about these models, and the fact that these models have to be able to be polyamorous to change at runtime so that they can pick which model they want to execute. Now, I was just talking over the break, we were going through this prompt app together and saying, well, what we learned quite quickly when we started building Graph RAG was it was about creating a language that is used within your organization. And this was always the reason, this was always the last 2 years of our development, was to say, all companies work in certain ways. So you might be in financial services, you might know about derivatives, right? And so derivatives might be a meta language which you can understand, a domain-specific language, subset of the language model, which is all about financial services. But how you implement derivatives or FX or however is your magic sauce. So you might say something like NPC, non-player character, it's probably the right term, but you might call it NPC, and it'd be a non-procedural call, you call it, right, internally. But that might not be a standard term that's used. It might be in programming, but it might not be in financial services. Let's call it Paul's Bank. It's Paul's Bank, that's how they operate, right? They add everything's an NPC, right? But to other people, if that was in the gaming industry, they'd be like, no, that's completely a different thing. Even though, slightly off topic, the new Grand Theft Auto actually uses NPC conversations using large language models behind it. So when you go into the game, the non-player characters will interact based on prompts that have been written. So every time you go into the bar, different things will happen and people will argue and throw bottles over each other, all based on generative AI. So the use case is completely nuts. But back to your bank, Paul's Bank, which has gone bankrupt, by the way, because of his specific domain language can only be understood by interpreting his documentation. Now, of course, we said yesterday, we invited all the original signatories to the Agile Manifesto to celebrate the 20 years anniversary. And we were talking about Brian last night in the bar, and the fact that Brian was the only tester who was invited to the ski lodge, which tells you a lot of things. One that, they didn't rate testers that highly when they were creating the Agile Manifesto. But secondly, Brian was just there as a token tester, right?
I don't know. This is 20-something years ago now, isn't it? 22 years, I guess. Yeah. Anyway, what was your point?
So the point was that, unfortunately, we had an Agile Manifesto that said working software over documentation. Now, obviously, for the keen-eyed of us, it said underneath, we value the stuff on the right, we just value the stuff on the left more. Yeah. So the idea was not to say, don't do documentation. It was actually to say, we rather have working software than documentation. That's now come at a cost because these type of architectures require documentation. And we're now in a post-agile shape methodology where documentation is slim to none. So actually, in a way, if we'd gone back to the V model with these large, horrendous, and we were just talking about it over the breaks, SRS documents, software requirement specification documents, which were 800 pages long, explaining that the system must, on every third bank holiday, which isn't a Wednesday, must pay out X amount to their shareholders. These rules would be documented, whereas now we spin up Jura, Atlassian, 83% of all businesses on the planet using it. We type a story in, and we might give it a bit of a, given I'm a banker, which I did say correctly at that particular case, on every third Wednesday, pay out something else. You've still got the information, it's just turned into stories and specifications.
So let me pitch some slides on exactly that topic. So I've got a
Go for it.
Well, yeah, but okay, but do you want to carry on with the questions or what?
No, we can always go back to questions.
I quite like these guys to do some work. We did promise them they were going to work, so we haven't got them going yet.
Let's get them going working then.
You okay with that?
Yeah, do it.
As I say, we have not rehearsed this. Isn't that so bloody?
We're rehearsing it now. I don't know what you're trying to talk about. This was the whole point of it, right?
Right. Okay. Right.
Alt tab.
I'm alt tabbing.
Do you want me to put your slides on?
Which ones? Yeah, I'm trying to. Where are they? Oh, there we go. Right. If you could find slide number, just type in 46.
46 slides you've got on your
Yeah, I'm
deck.
just giving stuff because
How long are we supposed to be here for?
they're agile. I've just skipped 30 slides. Right. So I need some water. Sorry, I think. So this is meant to be, this session is meant to be about how we use AI to test or to do testing. So I just want to talk a little bit about how you might go about this. I'm not going to give you a demonstration of a tool that's fully developed because I'm just going to go through the thought process so you understand the challenges we have in using AI to test. Okay? So
Don't worry, I'm moving it across. I'm just putting the SRS document into the chat thing so people can pull it down.
Not comments one.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we get back to my slides, there's a link at the top right. All the content I'm going to talk about is in that directory. It's on Google Docs.
I'll put it down.
So up there, AI with JW, that one on Google Docs. The bit.loi is just a link, shortener, whatever it's called. So, okay. Am I on? I'm not advancing.
Vance. Go on then, hit it.
There we go. Right. So, what I did was I copied the text. So I didn't ingest it using like a write method. I just copied the text. It's about 10 or 15 pages of text of a software requirements specification, okay, which is on the one hand helpful to us as an example, but it's a lousy document. Have no fear, you'll see that in a minute. And I asked it to generate a summary, okay? After having done that, I said, let's focus on one feature and just expand the requirements. So I asked the AI to just give me more detail. Make it up. I don't care. I'm not going to check it on this. Just make up some text as a requirement. And then say, we've got a better requirement. Can we specify this feature in more detail? But can we start to generate a domain-specific language from that context? Because once we're into the DSL, we can scan that content with regular software, generate test code, whatever. But I'm using AI to do all this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not advancing again. I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'm multitasking.
What are you doing?
I've just pasted that document into the.
Okay.
Oh, you've broken it. What button did you press?
I hate Windows. I'm a Linux user. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not sorry. I'm happy. I'm happy I don't use Windows. Sorry. Get that right.
Yeah.
Bring it up. We'll be in business.
Yeah, I will do. What slide did you say? 40.
It was about slide 49 or 50 or something like
You sure?
that. No. Oh, okay. What number is that? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. So I pasted it in and said, give me a summary, right? You can do this for yourself, right? Maybe you want to give it a try. And it came up with, this is the actual summary they gave me, which is almost an exact copy of what I gave it, right? So no value, really. But at least I know it understands the content. So let's focus on section 3.1.6, which basically sets out the requirements, very basic, for looking at your history of purchase orders. And you can see some kind of statements about that requirement. Fine. Very interesting. I said, what features can you identify? And it gave me some detail. Fine. So again, I'm not doing anything very clever here. I'm just trying to set the scene for what I really want to do. So I ask it, can you give me more detail? Make it up. Feel free to make up something. I just want some content, which is a requirement. And so it invents a ton of detail, which is absolutely reasonable. You know, it's seen 1,000 purchase order systems before, so it has no difficulty coming up with these are the. Oh God, how do I point? Is that the pointer?
You press and hold it.
Oh, okay. So it's. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. So I ask it, there are no details in the order history featuring this requirement. Could you create some narrative text describing how you might expect the feature to work? Give me more detail. Invent it. Okay? I'm not going to check that. It looks reasonable. So we make some progress. So it gives me a couple of pages. I also say, what are the fields of data that might be relevant? So it references some entities, you know, data fields, if you like. So I've got some kind of functionality beginning to emerge. I've got some fields of data, description of the data. Okay, fine. Thanks for that. That looks comprehensive enough for us to specify this feature in more detail. Do you think that's possible now? Meaning, could you write a much more formal specification based on that summary, if you like? And it says, yeah, okay. I don't ask it to do that, but it says this is my method. I'll define a data model. I'll specify workflows. I'll look at system integrations. Sorry, my hands, I should stand here. I don't like this thing, I really don't. Defining UI and user interface elements. Okay, so it's saying that I can go into more detail if you want. Now, I trust that it can do that. That's not what I want to achieve. I just want to get to a place where I've got some content to play with. Okay, so let's try an experiment now. I've got some content for requirement. I want you to generate a Gherkin story for the order history feature. That's what I want to happen. What I want to do is, I actually asked it to create a template for a Gherkin story. Now, it's up to you, Johnny. If you get to the, they can access a file called orderhistory.feature.
I'm just about to drop it. That's why I'm booting this other baby up.
Okay.
I'll.
So anyway, it defines an empty template for a Gherkin story. So Gherkin is a domain-specific language. It starts with a feature definition, and then as a buyer, I want to purchase items so that I can tell my boss I've done my job, whatever. So you have the, as I want, so that, and then you have a host, and that's the definition of feature. And underneath the whole thing is a whole series of scenarios, examples of how this feature works. Okay. So if I was over there, and I'd try and show it to you, but perhaps you can look at it for yourself if you're interested.
So which one is that? Order history dot feature dot v1.
Sorry, that's right. It generated it.
Give me a second.
Why have we got definition of a consultant? I think that's a trigger for me to tell a joke. Okay. What's your favourite definition of a consultant? Has anyone got any examples? No? Okay. Put them in Slido. So one example, they're usually pretty offensive, okay, but not necessarily offensive to consultants. So one of them is, a consultant is someone who knows 50 ways to have sex, but doesn't know any girls.
These are really not age-appropriate jokes.
There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that? It might be offensive to consultants, but no one else. I'm a consultant. The favourite, you're not old enough, most of you, to remember Arthur Anderson. Did anyone ever have an engagement with Arthur Anderson? They were consultants. They became Accenture because they had a big tax arm which was corrupt, and they all got arrested, put sent to jail. So they abandoned the Arthur Anderson name and became Accenture and concentrating on IT more than being tax consultants and accountants. But my favourite description of an Arthur Anderson consultant was an empty suit. Well, that didn't get a laugh. A suit is like a suit of clothes. Yeah, like, okay. Is that not funny?
Your jokes are not, they're not even funny once we've had drinks. That's the worrying part.
Okay.
A second, let me just move across.
Okay, what are we doing now?
Well, I was
I
just,
should have tried, if I'd been smart and had more time, I'd have put a link here and click on it and see the content. But
so we've got, what we've got on the slide, on the Miro board is we've got the SRS document here, which you can go through and look at the different pages, 1 of 15, I think it is here, and you should actually change the page. And then over here, we've actually got the example of the feature file that you uploaded, right? Which is here. And so I think what's really, we had the conversation earlier about Gherkin being actually quite a good intermediary local.
I want to use it
motion.
now.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's
No, you do it. It's it.
So is that the,
That's the output.
okay, so that's a template. It's got interesting sounding data in it. It doesn't matter. If you say it's a template, that's the shape of the data I want from you. So if we go back to the PowerPoint, sorry.
Okay.
After that little aside. Right, super. No, I'm not moving.
You are moving, you're just not moving around. There you go.
Okay, so created Gherkin template, done that. Oh no, sorry. I'm losing my thread. There's a generic Gherkin.json. That's the one without data in. Which you can put that one up.
Okay, indeed.
But a generic one is just that it's taken all the detailed values out. I just put example order number ID here, order item name here, and so on. It's just got dummy data, not dummy data, but placeholders for the data. But it will do that. So what I'm trying to do is build up a template.
Do you want me to show that template?
Well,
Oh, you've already got it in
you'll see the
here.
real thing in a minute.
Okay.
So now I ask the question, using that template and the requirements that you've just written, the detail, create a complete user story in the Gherkin format using the template, whatever. And orderhistory.json is the one to go for. And I asked it to do it in JSON, JSLX. So my Python code can read it and manipulate it, because I'm a programmer, and I'm not going to be doing this manually, I'm going to do this with software. So that would be the thing to really look at. So something that when I talked first up about the Socratic method, this, that, and the other, it's like we're just talking text and ideas and concepts. It's all very fluffy and not very helpful. This is actually generating, that's code. JSON is, all its data is codified. So you can drop it into any program and manipulate it. I think we can get to that. Do we?
What's the order history one?
Yeah, .json. It's just a .py. No, it's a .json file.
Okay.
Sorry. There must be a slicker way of doing this, which I haven't got. I tried to paste it, and it's just too small, too much content.
Order history. Oh yeah, I get. Oh, I did. So I have put that one in. So if we just go to Miro, that was. Oh, sorry. If I go back over here, we've got the thing. It was this format.
Yeah,
It's obviously much bigger.
That's the template, but it's quite a big file.
Orderhistory.json.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep, I'll put that one in next, but I'll let you carry on with your.
Okay. I need to see the PowerPoint now. Sorry.
That's all right.
If you move me on a few slides,
Sorry.
we'll get there. Not with
Go on.
Never do this thing when we're
Don't work with children. Don't work with children or Paul. Is the thing we get.
So all the history of JSON has got a JSON definition of a user story, which is quite substantial. I think some of you probably found it on Google Drive, but I can't really show it here. Now, once I've got that story, and I'll just do this one. This is the last one. Generate Python code for BDD style tests. So it's like Cucumber or Spectre or JD Hay, one of those applications. where it's generating test code based on the user story directly. Because the user story has placeholders for data values and expected results. So it's kind of, the nice thing about Gherkin is it defines a kind of a templating facility for test cases which you can use directly in test automation. Now they're all individual scenarios, individual features dealt with. It's not integrated with a bigger testing framework. But
Boom.
I don't want to talk about this. If you can get the JSON.
Which Jason do you want?
The previous one, the full, I can't remember what it's called now. It was on the previous slide. It's in Google Drive.
Are you talking about the order one? Because the order, I put the order one up
No,
here.
it's much bigger than that. It's on Google Drive. Yeah, I don't think it's okay.
Oh.
Sorry. It's about three or four pages. It's quite big.
Okay, I'll just paste the
Sorry.
entire file and it's fine.
Python behave. Okay, so it's
Oh, Python behave.py.
yeah. Well, that's the ultimate code generated from the story. But we haven't looked at the story yet. But go for that. I don't know. What's that?
It's fireworks.
New Year. New Year.
New Year.
Oh no.
It's so crazy. Okay, no.
My fingers aren't as fast as yours, but well, I
It's
just,
in Google Drive, though. That's the place.
I know it's on Google Drive. I'll open it up in once I've downloaded it, I'll open it up in Visual Studio Code.
Okay. Well, it's oh yeah. I forgot. I should have said I use Notepad.
All the best developers do, apparently.
So that's not mine, is it?
Well, that is the code, but it's the start of the code.
Okay, so there's more to come.
Yeah.
But there's a whole lot of steps. You just see the beginning, and you can't paste it in there, can you? That's the problem.
No.
You don't just show it on screen and paste it.
Well, I'm using two laptops, so I'd have to unplug and then plug back in and then reconfigure everything. But yeah, let me do it. It just takes longer than 3 seconds. Yeah, I think Google doesn't really. Oh, it does, but it's okay.
That's all right. It's not got the color coding or whatever. This is the Python code to run behavior-driven tests using the behave library. Okay, so it's a bit like Cucumber, very similar to what Cucumber does, or SpecFlow, those guys. And if you want to scroll down, right, so you can see there's lots of steps. So these steps basically reflect when I make the order number 1435, that's a step. Okay, that's putting some data into a field, in effect. And that's a navigation, piece of navigation code. This is a check that the orders.count, there's more than 0 orders to list. Let me scroll down. Here's a bit, this section here. I can, oh, that's it, just up there. So this is called, I should use my left hand, so it's a left hand. It says, I filter the orders by range date of start date to end date. So this is my filter, and there's a step definition which says, def step when filter by date, and then it's filling 2 fields, a start date and end date, and then it's clicking a button saying, show me the orders. Okay, so you get the idea. It's generating the code that will run a test. However, it's not connected to a doing test tool yet. Okay? And that's the last one. Shall I go that far or shall I pause that?
You want it, you want to see the actual code behind it.
Well, there's another step. But I'm just thinking, should we talk about the generation of code from content?
No, I think you're all right. Go for it.
Well, okay. So briefly, so there's several steps we've done there. So we've generated a dummy requirement, and that's, I'm not going to say that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's just to create some content from which I could create BDD stories, behavior-driven development stories, user stories, business stories, I like to call it. Is that process trustworthy? You have to just try it and see what you can see. The thing is, if you have a poor requirement, you're going to get poor stories. So there's a translation process from a natural language requirement to a business story to code. Are those translations accurate? Now, I can't tell you, I'm not going to promise you that they are accurate, but they look pretty good. You know, so at the very least, you get something that you can work on, and probably might miss a step, and you've got to add it, or you've got to review it and fix it, something like that. But the notion, can we trust AI to test? There are several steps from requirements to get to code that runs a test, if you're going to run it using code. And each of those steps has an error rate. It's kind of a fragile process in that you can't guarantee it's going to be correct, and it does its best, it does very well. And maybe you treat it as, well, I've asked a junior guy to generate do these transformations, and I need to oversee that work and review it and check it. They might say, oh, I want it all done automatically perfectly. I don't think you can do that. Jonathan might have a view on that, I'm sure you do have a view. There might be some self-checking you could build into your prompts, and it might be a second stage, or 2 or 3 or 4 stages to actually get from one transformation to the next. But anyway, if you've ever done any test automation, there's code there, you can generate code. Okay? So some of the vendors, I have no doubt, are in the process of offering tools that do some of this. Because it's kind of easy in principle, but in practice, it's error prone. Have you got anything to say on that? I mean,
For what code generation?
yeah, what's your view on code generation? What do you guys think? Shout out or say a question on
I'm
slide.
sorry, how do you connect it with real UI? How do you connect this with real UI? So you can test it?
Well, the next stage is you say, create some tests connecting with, for example, Playwright. And Playwright is a library which will, does it use the Selenium driver or is it?
Well, no, it uses its own derivative of it,
So
but yeah.
there's a library called Playwright in Python, and it's in many other languages, I'm sure. And that will generate the GUI clicks and filling in fields and stuff like that, and checking values on screen, that kind of thing. So that would be the next level. So it's an alternative to writing a BDD test, is you generate a GUI test. Okay, you can do that. Now, so what are the issues with that? One is, does it do what it does accurately? That's a question, and by and large, I think it's kind of trustworthy. I think it's that far. But what it doesn't do, it doesn't put it in the context of a testing framework. So if you have in your continuous delivery, continuous integration world, if you have a testing framework which loads test databases, runs tests in a certain sequence, does checking, tidies up the database, handles errors and failures, it doesn't do any of that. But you can prompt it to make more progress there. You can actually give it the code to call a logger that logs all tests. You could prompt it to call an exception handler when it encounters an output it doesn't recognize, or it doesn't match an expectation. You could have the hooks to embed it inside a bigger set of tasks. So these things, they all take work, and you've got to write code or prompts or both to do that. But the building blocks are kind of there. Does that make sense? Now, from what I've said, will anyone trust that to do as good a job as testers, professional testers, test automation people? Not really. It's not good enough yet. But you can get a lot closer. And I think my question, I'm going to ask Jonathan, how close are we from getting through those trustworthy automated tests?
Yeah, so what we've got here, which I'd recommend to people who have got their laptops up here. This is cursor.com if you've not, or cursor.ai if you've not used it. So this is for the people who don't want to spend a disproportionate amount of money buying GitHub for Copilot for GitHub, which is obviously a paid Microsoft subscription. The paid Microsoft subscription uses, as I mentioned before, it uses in essence a derivative of the Codex T5 model. This is the completely free version, so you can literally use your favorite IDE. So if you're using Visual Studio Code, fine. If not, just download the Cursor IDE. And then as you're going and creating code, on the right-hand side, it will go through and start suggesting code that you actually need to actually put in to fix the bug, fix out the issues, get it to run if you've got particular library dependencies. So the whole point with the code generation, which is why I said it wasn't that exciting when we released it about 2 years ago when we started doing it, is if you, for instance, ask it to create a Selenium script, it'll create a Selenium script, but it won't run. No, and so the point of doing it is you have to say, I would like a Selenium script in your case, Ruby, because that's the only language you yet know. I'm joking. But you know, part of it is you define the language you want it, but you'd also say what version of Selenium you want to use, because otherwise you would have to deal with all the CSS locators and retro engineer stuff. So it knows based on, if you think about it learning GitHub, there's a lot of old stuff and new stuff that's in there. It's never going to be the new stuff unless you specifically say, I want to use this version of Python, I want to use this version of Selenium, I want to use this version of Playwright.
But you can prompt it all, can't you? That's
Exactly. And I think this is what we're getting into now, is that if you use something like Cursor, or you use something like a specific model that's designed for code generation, then you're going to get a higher level of accuracy. If you use GPT, it's not going to have the same level of accuracy. So you'll find that if you ask it to generate a Selenium script for testing Google search, and you say, create me a Selenium script that will launch the browser, the Edge browser, and navigate to Google and enter a search term from a CSV file. Very simple task you're asking it to do. You could paste that in, and what you'll find is the code may not run, it may run, and you may end up spending more time getting it to work than you would have done just by doing it by hand. Whereas if you use something like Cursor, it will fix most of the 90% of the problems when you're finding it doesn't actually run. It will bring down the dependencies that it's not calling at the start. It will fix the XPath or the identifiers that are incorrect. And therefore, you then become part of the coding in the loop. Now, this is your integrated test environment kind of view. Maybe.
But the thing is,
maybe not.
when you generate the code and you're doing this debugging exercise, I mean, you have to judge whether that is time well spent or not. You know, it's, in the history of packaged software, that does not do exactly what you want. You start customizing it. And as soon as you do, the cost of customizing packaged software sometimes becomes more than the cost of developing it all for yourself from scratch. You know, has anyone worked on SAP? Nobody? Ah, okay, one. Okay. I thought it was running the world, SAP. Anyway, I mean, with SAP, if you take it out of the box and use it and run it, it's fantastic. It's got the phrase is a Teutonic certainty, a Germanic certainty. It works, but it doesn't work for me. So everybody tries to customize it, and suddenly a project to implement SAP that could cost, you can't do it for less than 10 million, can you? I mean, I don't know, it's a big number. It would cost 10 million to implement it as a package out of the box. To add your little tweaks and adjustments and configuration of the 5,000 or 10,000 parameters will double the cost of the program because you've introduced all sorts of risk as well. In the same way, generated code is a bit like packaged software. It's just, you press the button, code appears. It's like buying it off the shelf. But you can't trust that it works for you. You've got to test it. And then when it doesn't work, which it probably won't work, you've got to debug it. And that could be really expensive. So I don't think, again, is your conclusion that it's not going to change the world, code generation?
Well,
Is that probably had a year ago when you launched it?
two years ago, we created code that would run. But what are you testing? You know, part of what you kind of said, we talked about last night was, you know, if there's no assertions in there, then what's the value of the test that it's generating, right? Because part of it.
Have we lost sight of the fact we want to test it? We've just got some code that runs.
Exactly, yeah. And so part of it is that's again, I guess you'll keep in leading with this tail wagging the dog of templates, right? If you've got a template that's saying, look, I want to go to Google, but if I type into Google pictures of kittens, I want to then launch YOLO to say, look at the screen, do I see a picture of a kitten coming back? And what I can guarantee you is maybe the first 16 images are pictures of real cats, then one of them will be a cartoon cat, and then maybe one will be a cat and a dog. So is that a good response? So part of what we're trying to do is...
You can interpret that, but it's not yet.
No, because a tool will say, as it come back with pictures of cats, and in essence, all you're doing is the assertion to say, yeah, well, I can see it found 3,000 million photos of pictures of cats. It doesn't know that every single image on there is a picture of a cat. You know, you don't know because unfortunately it's Google. But that's the whole thing is you want to think about, well, why are we creating these tests? Are these the right tests to create? And this is where I think we're going down this rabbit hole, which we'll talk a little bit about modeling for in a second. But part of a system as it is it doesn't know where it is. So, you know, partly when I talk to a GPT, I say to it, I'm currently on the homepage for Google. And I give it a screenshot and I say, what shall I do next? It would come back and say, oh, well, you could search for something. Okay, great. What shall I search for? Well, here's a CSV test data set of 100 different things you could search. The top 100 terms you should search for on Google. Fantastic. So now I'm data driving my tests. Now I say to it, well, I'm now on the search results page. What do I need to test? Well, I need to see if what I'm seeing is cats, dogs, boats, hotels, whatever else it is. You want to make sure that the information that you've data derived actually is checking what you need to do. But you might also say to it, well, what next, right? What should I do next? Well, now I want to be able to refine my prompt, my search message, or I might want to start, you know, I want to log into Google, or I might want to, you know, go to Bing and see if Bing is doing the exact same thing and giving me better results or worse results, right? Or I want it to read the search results that are the top 10 articles, and I want to summarize it, and I want to put the summary in a text file. So part of it is the evolution of being able to do automated testing is the evolution of human testing, which is a testing activity, which is a human-led activity. Therefore, automating something based on just saying, give me some automation code is limited in its impact, whereas actually understanding, well, what's all the different tests that I should run as part of Google?
So there's what the code generation can do is it will basically, I would say, it handles the logistics, the mechanics of running a test. And it might do that reasonably well, and you might be able to trust that. The problem is, real systems, you need many variations and permutations of data, and for each one of those you need an expected result. And the expected result might be something that it's not predictable. So, you know, when you put in, if you do a search for cats, pictures of cats, what's your expected results? Some links to pictures of cats, or when you click on images, you get a whole list of images of cats. The thing is, how many are you expecting? Do you have to check every single image that it's a cat? Well, you know that when you do a search for pictures of cats, you might get a Cat5 cable terminator. So it's called. I can't remember the code now. But, now that's a cat picture of a cat, but it's a cable. It's got nothing to do with animals. And a human will say, yeah, well, that's just Google doing what it does. How do you test that? And so we have to be really careful about the fundamental thing is you're trying to explore the behavior of a system and come up with some examples of the system working, hopefully, and some exceptions where it's not working. And at the moment, humans do that pretty well. Tools can do it, existing tools can do it if you program them to do that. AI, I think, is a third choice. It's not the best choice yet. Humans or a programmatic approach will work. We know that. Humans can tell the difference between a cat and a piece of cable, for example. So we've not cracked that problem with AI. I don't think.
No.
You don't think so? I'll pause there if you want to pick up somewhere else.
No, it's fine. So
Pictures of cats.
Pictures of cats, an amazing technology in the 21st century. But what we got pictures of dogs. So, you know, it comes back to the same. We started using TensorFlow back in the day. You know, people used to say, well, where do you take your training data? People would say, well, I take my training data by going into something like Bing and just pull a whole stack of pictures of cats together and then train it on that. And you're like, well, not really, because this isn't a cat. What's that got to do with a cat?
It's not a poem about a cat, is it?
No, it's some acknowledgement to some producers and some singer there.
Oh, I don't know.
So to me, that's a fail. I should never have. Obviously, it's Cat's Broadway play program, right? Which I guess it's got the word kind of nearly there. It's. I know it sounds simple while we're going through it, but you know, I think that's the interesting part about trying to say, okay, you know, if we're in the traditional automation sense, we're just looking for a response coming back, then that's not where we're trying to get to. The large action model is very much based on visual recognition of what's on the screen. So it needs to be able to go through a classification process and understand what it's seeing is correct. Equally, what it's seeing at whatever resolution it needs to be able to be correct, right? So, but I think you lead it by actually passing in the actual image, right? And so I'll do a quick, never do live demos, never work with cats. But if I or children, but if I just take a snip screenshot off this, I left my mouse at home, which isn't a cat related task there, but you know, it feels partially cat. Right, so I've taken a photo of that shot, most powerful application, which is and now if I go to Hugging Face, and you can do this if you wanted to do it at the same time, and then just type in LLVA. What have we got? Lava video. Oh, I don't really want video. Hopefully this one's got a use this model. Lava 1.5. Okay, should be able to use that model. Oh, well, sod you then. Okay, try more. I just want one which has got an example space. Another video one does work with videos, but should I be able to use that?
Video, it should work with images, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should do with videos and images. Where's the playground?
How many may?
Oh no, you can run it from here. It's just I'm just looking for the actual version. Let me move it across so I can actually see what I'm doing, because I can't see anything over on here. All right, here we go.
On the fly.
Okay, let's try again. Once now to mute with music. Right. So if I move that back across, so I've just taken a large vision model, right? And what I'm in essence doing is I'm just going to pass an image to it. In this case, isn't going to be my diff blue demonstration, which I did the other day. Diff blue is very good if you want to do auto code coverage, by the way. But that's not what we're doing today. What's wrong with desktops being desktops? Right, here we go. So here's my screenshot of cats, right? So I'm now going to say to it, minus the fact that I've zoomed in too much for the previous example. Zoom out. So I'm going to ask it, how many I'm not going to say pussies are on here because there's no cats. How many cats are in this image? Right? And so in essence now, it's going through. And of course, in true large language model style, it just says, there are many cats in this photo. It's saying...
Okay. Did you ask how many?
I said how many, but that how many could be anything, right? It could be, please, not going to use please, count number of cats.
Why does it provide an exact count? Well, there you go.
Okay, well, thanks for that useful.
It's not very good.
What type of cats are in this image?
It doesn't know much about cats. You need a different.
I need a better
images, but not cats.
But this is the whole point: is by sticking a large language model on the end of the large vision model, it still doesn't have a contextual awareness of what you're doing, right? Which is the slight problem with this: is it knows there's cats in the images, but doesn't know what they are.
Yeah.
Equally, it knows there's cats, but they're domestic and wild cats. If I asked it what domestic types of cats they are, it would say there are many domestic cats.
I mean, has it not been trained on cat images?
Well, it's not about cat images. It's about the fact that it's just looking at an image.
Yeah, yeah.
And it doesn't, but then it has no conceptual, because there's only a 1.6 billion model underneath it. It doesn't have the whole large language model.
Yeah.
It just knows a subset, which is identification of images. And in theory, you could ask it more specific questions like what coordinates are all the cats at, and it should be able to understand an XY location, which would be fine.
So a bigger model you think would be better suited?
It would be. That's why the pictorial model has a full model, a full 7 billion, well, 8 times 7 billion model at the front of it. But we digress. Is the simple thing, which we was trying to say is. Failed to encrypt my drive. So I don't know what's going on with my laptop.
Just the really expensive one.
No, that's just my corporate one. It's trying to encrypt it while I'm talking to people.
That's my slide. You can get rid of that.
I can do, yeah.
Right. So I'd go to. So what I've done in the while Paul was talking is I've added into the Miro board a couple of things. I've just added a new Bitly link, which has the TestCom workshop, and that actually now has all the slides plus everybody else's plus all these files that we keep on randomly talking about, which we don't quite know where we're getting them from. But also what I've done is I've added in a number of SRS documents, right? So this SRS document here is what we actually use, which is 273 pages long. Now, if I move forwards to this is what you would expect a SRS document to look like in the real world, right? Is each one of these is in a particular format, has a particular scope, and straight away, you know, the problem with documentation, and this is the limitation to the current architecture really, is that it doesn't understand pictures, right? So part of it at the moment is if you feed in a document like this, it reads the text, but it doesn't process the images. Now, obviously, the whole point of having a vision model at the front, and I'm sure if I did this now and said, what is this diagram of? It would say it's a flow diagram, which is great, but really what I'm trying to ask it for is tell me the relationship between services. Well, there's web services, collaboration services, presentation services, right? Part of it is you want it to be able to understand contextually what's inside of the image, because as humans, we're very visual, right? So we use models, modeling notation to actually explain complex situations. So the fact that, in essence, a large language model has been trained on the internet without no contextual awareness of the screens that are there means that it's missed quite a lot of the information, right? It might not have found those cat memes funny because all it's seen is a return of a whole stack of cats, not the cat meme and read the actual text within the meme. So part of it is that's the limitation with large language models in its current state, is it doesn't understand the images that are embedded with it, because an image will tell a whole different story. The second thing is, a document like this, and we use this because it's a NATO declassified document. One of the other things with documents is documents have a tendency to reference other documents. It's the most simple thing to think of. But, what typically happens within these documents, it'll say, oh, you need to go and look at CP9C05150. You've read this document, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the whole point is a document will reference another document. And this is the problem with every book you've ever read. It has appendix at the end with a whole stack of other documents. So the point is, if you fed in a document, a specification like this, you need to also feed in these 3 separate other documents to get the full picture. Equally, this is the issue with this, with large language models, is if it says, well, remember, the information portal is under CP5A004/95B. That policy document might state something which is really important about whatever NIP is, which is an abbreviation they've obviously defined internally. And therefore, if you want to know about NIP, you need to have read these documents. If it hasn't read these documents, then it'll just make things up. So for instance, halfway through this document, it talks about a security policy document. And so it refers to, well, what are the security restrictions? What do you need let's just take a password. How many characters does it need to be, et cetera, et cetera. If it doesn't know, it'll make it up. And this is the problem with what you were showing previously, is if you give it a small amount of information, it starts going off and populating information that's just made up.
Yeah.
It's no longer relevant to this SRS document. It's in essence added additional stuff which looks to you as right, and the password policy seems to make a lot of sense. It needs to be 16 characters and 3 lowercase and uppercase things. It looks like it makes sense, and this is the problem with the current generation.
The one approach to that would be the first question to the AI is to identify all the reference documents and make sure you've got a copy as part of your.
So what documents am I missing based on this document that I've fed in?
Yeah, well, or what's reference? Is it something that's available? Can you track it down? Is it already ingested into your learning model, whatever? But that's at scale. So you're absolutely right. But the challenge is always that documents reference other documents. So the first port of call is to identify all these other references, and then to say, have you got definitions of all the terminology that's used in this document? And then you've got the building blocks to understand what it's talking about. But it's a bit of a factory process. Humans find it very difficult to do that and pick up knowledge in a very random way in comparison with the way this is working, or AI would work.
Yeah, and so as a side kind of note to this, and we have a board, don't we? We draw this out a little bit. So one of the things we kind of we learned quite quickly was, so in the traditional landscape is if you've got something which I'm going to say for a second is a requirement. So this is a requirement document, right? And we all know that in essence, I'm just going to say requirements relationship with tests, it feels like a very simple one, is a many-to-many relationship, right? So, and this is the whole point. When you come talking about things like traceability, you're trying to understand how do I make sure that I've written the right set of tests or a sample of tests that cover all of what I've got here, right? And that's human. 90% of that might be human-led. 10% might be templated ways of getting this response. Now, the obvious point is if requirement, which I think that's the worst number of consistent ever, 22211. If that changes, then so do the tests, right? And this is the age-old problem of requirements traceability and requirements engineering is things continuously change. Yeah. So, for instance, we're in Jura and we're talking about this, and we realize it's incorrect. And actually, now there's 3 documents. It's 50, 20, and 70 needs to be referenced, right?
part of it is you'd go, well, that's fine now, because at the end of the day, I need to feed in another set of data. But wait a second, if everything that I prompted was only against these 2 documents, then do I need to re-prompt all of the requirements which fed in these 2 external documents? And so this is the infinite problem with prompt engineering, is you need to know, in essence, a moment of time of when you what the state of the information is, and then you either need to be able to re-prompt the same output.
But it's kind of the same problem with testers,
Yeah.
because if you have a revision to requirements document, some requirements get taken out, some requirements get split into 2 simpler requirements, some requirements get merged, and all your cross-referencing of tests to requirements are all screwed up. And unless you know what all these changes are and what their impact is on your tests, you can't really keep pace with it. And it's the same problem, and AI has exactly the same problem. I don't think it's a new problem. I think it's the same with people doing the job. Just keeping track of change. It's really, really tough, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it is. And I think this is, again, we did this example, you've done this example at the start with this SRS document, right? Which I do think we should maybe get some hands on and try and feed in a RAG document, right? But I'm going to do it incredibly crudely just so everyone gets a feel for how bad our prompting really is. But if I take this file, which I've put into the subfolder of here, so I go on to, hopefully, using my magical skills, if I go into this TestCon workshop, click on it, grab the URL, hopefully. Maybe Control A, Control C. Okay, right. So I go into my into here. I'm going to paste that in. With a bit of luck and magic, it will come to my SharePoint repo. And then within here, you've got obviously the workshop files and my talk for Friday. But then within here, we've got Paul's material, which you just showed. And then we've got some more sources, what I call sources of information and sources of knowledge. And I use these as distinct terms, so you don't have to use them. But, in essence, information and, the reason why I use the word information is obviously we unfortunately sit under a department called information technology, right? But we're really bad at information flow. We're pretty good at technology, but information is another one. But knowledge is slightly different. Knowledge is what's in everyone's mind, right? The reason why you're so valuable in this process is that you have experience with financial services, you have experience with testing. And if I take a source of knowledge, one of those could be one of my favorite documents of all time, ISO 29119 Part 9, which is, let's have a look at what page was that. Which page is going to be good? 22 maybe, is around how to do a mood chart. Is that just when you're grumpy? Do you know this mood chart? I really think it's called, the purpose of a mood chart is to track and enable assessment of mood of the agile team, referred to as Nico. So this is knowledge. If you unfortunately sat and did an ISTQB course or you did some other certification, you would learn about pair programming, and then straight away you learn that you need to go and learn 29119 Part 2 to understand it, and also the IET 2046 work product review process. So the point with this is all of this knowledge, you could ingest this knowledge, then you can ask it about any question. So, show how bad my live demos are. If I download this document and then feed it into ChatGPT, so download it. What was it? What number was it? 6, 2. Everybody remember 6? It was. I know it was endlessly boring, but if I download this file, okay, and now I go to Chat GPT, log in as me. Oh no, it's going to make me log in as. Chat.
Do this with the free option.
Yeah, probably, but it does have our account. It just.
Yeah, no.
I have to press this button, which then asks me to prompt my 763. No, you're not. We can't. We're giving our ChatGPT account across. There we go. ChatGPT. Okay. Perfect. So I'm now in our ChatGPT, and I'm going to go to new, and I'm going to, of course, make the mistake of adding that document in. Upload from computer. See how organized my directory structure is. Documents. What the hell downloads? Come on, this is ridiculous. Downloads. Right, so I've given it the ISO 29199. So standard thing. Attached is the ISO 29119 part 6. Remember, as I will ask questions around this document. Bad prompt, but you get the idea. So it now knows ISO 29119 part 6, which is useful. And so I can now ask it, what is mood testing? Was it mood testing?
I think that's what it said, yeah.
Was it mood testing or mood tables? Mood chart. Thank God someone's been watching. What is a mood?
That's the context of the word mood.
Mood chart. Oh, it is within the ISO 29119 part 6. And hopefully, because you turn it on annotations, it should have here ISO 29119 part 6 and actually have the physical link to the section where it actually pulled this information out. So we're no longer using the the illegal downloaded content that the model was trained on. This now is reading word for word that it's an agile method which uses Nico charts. So suddenly we've gone from using the internet, whereas if I started a new slot and said, what's a mood chart, we've got a good feeling that it's just going to give me some random emotional intelligence thing, but we'll try to check it out. I could be completely wrong. Yeah, now it's talking about anxiety attacks, which I'm going to have by the end of this, right? So part of it is this is nothing to do with what we're doing in the testing landscape. This is about having a mood chart that, Mr. ADHD over there needs, right? So part of it is contextually now knows, like I use the word Neo knows Kung Fu. This now knows ISO 29119. Documentation set you set. So if you feed in, which I have provided you those, please don't share them with too many people based on the fact that it's my name stuck on the exec committee for that. But everything you've got now in that folder, you've got every single ISO document with all the testing standards written. So you can just upload in that folder that I've shared all of those. And like Neo, it now knows Kung Fu. Now, what happened to Neo? Do you remember with Morpheus? Morpheus kicked his ass. But why did he kick his ass? Because he knew as much Kung Fu as Morpheus.
He used his mind.
Is because Morpheus was wise. He had previous history of being able to know how to bend the rules to make. He was a better prompt engineer than Neo. Is the shorter version. Is that knowledge is not enough on its own. And this is what we're trying to build. Is the knowledge might use the knowledge is going to be the real skills.
So those standards, I'm going to say they're well written, but
No, they're not.
very precisely written.
Yeah.
To cover all, and a lot of requirements are weak in that they use, and there's probably different words having the same thing, the same word using to describe different things, all sorts of stuff going on. And that's kind of the real world. But can we use AI? I'm hoping we can, but can we use AI to spot flaws in human written requirements documents, for example? Because that's the job testers typically accidentally fall into because they've got to look at requirements and they can't get sense out of them to create tests or to understand what the system does.
So that's the interesting thing. So Dorothy,
Is there any progress on that in your world?
well, yeah. So like I said, Dot Graham had a book called, which for some people was their Bible. Now, if I fed Dorothy's book in here, and I said, utilize Dorothy's patterns for document inspection, and then look at the ISO 29119 and provide me with a list of things that you think I should inspect the document for, in essence, you're giving it the blueprints of how you want it to conduct document inspection.
Yeah. Well, that's a partial, it picks up typos and stuff like that, but it's not finding deep problems because you only get that by almost having conversations about what this piece of text actually means.
Okay.
Is that right? I mean,
I don't know.
That's my experience.
So
inspections have value, but they do about 20%.
what improvements would you make to ISO 29119 Part 6? I was on the review committee, so this would be quite useful.
You didn't get
This is the problem. This
you
is
didn't get the just throw it in the bin.
as soon as you ask it to do stuff, it just goes off and word matches just complete nonsense. Oh yeah, you should align it with agile practices. You may as well flush it down the toilet. I think come on, ChatGPT. And this is the problem. As soon as you're not hitting the large language model, you're just hitting this stuff, which is just, when you get to the bottom of it, it'll give you a list of all the references, and it'll be because it sees a lot more about, agile and DevOps than it does see around ISO 29119 because it's a small subset.
So presumably it's picking up, some of it is just generic, how do you input that? Some of it is that. Some of it will be, it's seen some of the fierce debates about its value and credibility. We picked up some of that as like, these are things that people complain about. But what more can you expect? Just by asking that question, I wonder, what's a better prompt to get more value out of it?
Well, again, it's back to prompt chaining. It's like it's too wide a right? You want to be able to narrow it down because this has just gone off into, fairy kind of ChatGPT land. Whereas obviously we're trying to narrow it to say, okay, using a particular technique, for instance, we're looking to the gentleman over there for lunch. It's like, create a state transition diagram for the ISO 29119 part. I'm going to get bored of typing that.
If that doesn't throw it, I don't know.
Oh, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So what you'll get is all the dots and stuff. Now, what is the state of what? So it's told us what it's going to do, and then the next bit should be it's trying to actually, and so it's finding each individual state. It's telling you the input, the activity, and the output. So in there, even though it's going up too fast, it's telling you that what it suggests is an input, refining user stories with test cases, which is a section within there. The activities around executing manual and automated tests. The output is test reports and defects. So it's built a state,
so presumably it's
transition model.
But I think it's found a diagram, a process diagram.
No, it's built that process diagram based on reading the document because I've already said to it, create me a state transition diagram to represent the document that I've just fed into it. And it's creating the individual states. Now, once you've got a state transition diagram, you can pull that out into a model.
Yeah.
So you can then model the document, which is what the graph notation in essence is about, to then understand the relationship of test results, which is an input for here, but an output for that. You can start building out what it thinks a new model for testing should be.
Okay.
So this is where...
But that's the process. It's basically gone through the process.
Yeah.
Well, there's lots of other sections that might have the concept of state. I just wonder whether it's found a diagram. It's just.
No, it's not found any diagrams. It can't understand diagrams at the moment. It's creating this based on text.
Okay. All right.
But this is the whole thing: is you've got to kind of transition this from, well, we've got a text output, actually we want it to actually logically understand the information that we're passing it to process. So for instance, in the next activity, we're going to pass in the NOP Commerce online documentation. You could then ask it to create a state transition diagram of how the application goes through its various steps, which is a retail application, so it should go from home to search, to add to basket, to buy item, to pay for item. And so it should be able to represent the state model for a e-commerce
So it's
application.
kind of a navigation path as much as, state, yeah, maybe, but it's really a navigation path. That's fine.
Through the application. So then when you say to it, and this is you, not me, you always sort of say, well, where am I, right? Part of it is, you remember your app, which you did around modeling, you'd say, well, I'm on the review page. Where else can I go? Well, wait a second, I can modify my address. I can update my credit card details, but also I'm on the checkout. I could actually go back into delete and start again. So part of it is you now know, because it knows the state where you are in the landscape, you can start creating tests. You could create edge cases.
You can trace paths. Yeah.
You could do paths. You could create a model. You could create automation scripts. You could add test data to it. So this is the idea, and this I'm going to introduce this concept in, and everyone can be upset, but don't worry, we've got lunch soon. But when I was at Microsoft HQ last, everything they're building now is going to be Copilot is going to become Clipping, which everyone hates, but it's unfortunately going to be the future. So 1996, they launched Clippy in Office, and everyone hated Clippy, poor person, right? So Clippy's there in the corner. If Clippy's on the corner while you're on NOP Commerce, Clippy, who's also a seasoned tester, shall we say, for a second, is on NOP Commerce demo site. I'm just going to use it in pidgin English. It's still going to take me to the exact same location, thanks to search and Cloudflare, which is allowing us to realize we're not a human. Part of it is if I'm at, here, Clippy or Testy or whatever the person, Testy is probably not a good name based on Google lookup, would be there saying, oh, well, your shopping cart's empty. Do you want me to set up a very complex shopping cart? Okay, I've now set up in the back end a user that's added 99 objects into the shopping cart, log now in as Peter, Andre, or whatever, and then you'll see your shopping cart with all that information. Oh, can you give me one where the shopping cart, or I want jewelry spelled correctly, can you give me ones that have got an invalid cart because the item's been sold out? Okay, I'll set that up in the back end and set it going. So Clippy, Checky, Testy, whatever it is, will be helping you test this application. But you might also be sat there going, hold on a second, create me an automation script for this jewelry thing, and then it might be looking under the hood and then going, oh, okay, I can see there's some issues in jewelry or whatever that actually if I then change the jewelry.html file, it will then break everything. Or I can see that actually there's some weird versions of this, which is a mobile app, because you can see now that I've had this in its responsive design. So if it's changed, I can't see on that screen anymore the word jewelry because of the responsive design aspect. So does it exist? So part of it is it can make suggestions based on what it's seeing, how it's seeing it, and also what's happening at the back end system, the messaging, the APIs, the whole stack, because it understands the full ecosystem.
So I'd say what you're describing is a support tool for exploration of the system and can do it faster. Although with the HTML, there's some sites obfuscate the HTML, which functionally does the same thing, but doesn't give you any indication of what all its fields are. There's quite a lot of that going on now. So you can't depend on it. But the tools have to figure out which is the best approach, the best strategy, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we going to do now? Where are we now? In our agenda.
I think
Could we maybe do some
hands-on.
things that we can do in our coaching work?
Yep.
Like on the
They're all ready to go.
They're all ready to go. So what we're going to do is, because we just looked at this NOP Commerce application, what we're going to do is we're going to download this NOP commerce document file from here. They're going to download it, and we're going to feed this file in to our favorite application. Then we're going to see if we can actually generate some prompts to create some test cases, some Gherkin scripts, or if you're really feeling fancy, some automation tests, and see if they can work. So let me show you how we're going to do this, and then we'll break into groups, because I know we've got lunch, and you're right, we need to start creating ones that we can all do together. So let me just go back to here. So now that I've downloaded the NOP commerce document, which is that workshop folder, which I'll write on the board in a second, I'm literally going to start a new document, and I'm just going to add in the file which I've just done, which is the NOP commerce document. Oh dear, I've just, let me just unzip it. And then we're going to work on some prompts to actually see if we can get something decent out of the actual application, which we could run against the NOP application. So we're going to say, remember the attached file as I will ask questions around it. Okay, so this is where we want to get everyone up to, is get to the point where you've got the NOP. So what we've done in essence, we've crawled that entire NOP website documentation. So it now knows NOP commerce like it knows testing. And then now we should be able to ask it about that document to be able to create tests, state transition diagrams, requirements, Gherkin scripts, automation scripts, and then we're going to work on our prompts together to see how we improve those prompts. So again, the link for that is this. So bit.ly link testcom workshop, and then just download the NOP commerce file, which is in the sources of knowledge. I will try just dropping it into the folder structure, but I don't think it will take a doc, because it's 500K. Doesn't always do it. Let's see. No, this file format is not accepted. Are you going to try and do it on your iPad? And the document, just in case you get bored and you want to look at it, looks.
So I'm getting shared now. Workshop materials. The knowledge one.
It's under the knowledge one. I'll just bring it back up. So it comes to this folder structure. Once you go testcon, workshop materials, and then sources of knowledge, and then we're wanting this file here, which is. And when you get, if you get in super advanced, you can then drop some of these additional files in, like all the testing terminologies and.
So it's a text version of the Word document, I guess.
It is, yeah.
Is there any value in leaving it in Word, or?
No, you want everything in text format if you can get it in text format. E-commerce. So you did some, in your example, you did some prompts that you had, didn't you, for generating some tests from the actual SRS document?
Yeah.
We'll get to this stage. Once everyone's at this stage, we can then discuss how we would best.
But I think I was using a much smaller document. I think it's a different document.
Yeah, you were using the SRS document, which I think you.
Yeah, much higher level.
Which was this document here. Where did you get this document from?
I'm not sure. You.
Probably.
I don't recall. I think I asked, that was less than 20 pages, wasn't it? That one.
I'll just put
Although
that.
I don't know if you noticed, but in one of the prompts I did, it gave me a reference to that document on an academic website.
Okay.
I don't know if that was the original source or whether that's just they just took a copy and made it available.
I'll upload that one into the folder as well, and at least it's there. Test on workshop materials, sources of knowledge. Okay. So pasted that one in, and then I'll feed that in, and we'll get a bit of competitive.
Now, controversially, Jason always has this this view where he just throws everything into memory. And there's arguments to be said both ways. You know, I like the idea of having all the documents available in the memory space, but because, and we'll get onto it later this afternoon, the graph notation is, you know, the way that in essence the retrieval method works. So if I've got this NLP commerce, I would call it web app, a mobile app. But what also you've got is, surprise, surprise, you have an admin portal. And you also have, in essence, the SDK or the actual development code base. Now, if I load everything into there, it knows about everything that's going on in that landscape, right? Which is fine. But if I'm just doing mobile testing, you know, the graph notation, in essence, which is pointing to this, the whole NLP. If I just want to do mobile testing, I only really care about the mobile variant of the application and say this is an APK or a IPA file. That might be a different experience to the web experience, right? If I feed all of this in, then it will treat the journeys on the mobile to be the same as the actual web. Right.
So my understanding of the whole reason you use graphs in this content is to pick up all the cross-references and the classifications that are going on. And you build your graph, and then you can pick strands of the graph to reduce the amount of content that it's looking at. So it's a filtering tool more than anything else.
That's
fair?
exactly what it is, yeah.
Okay.
It's a filtering
So
method.
it sounds much more complicated, but actually it's just a filtering tool.
Yeah, so GraphQL is actually, if you think about it, obviously it's Zuckerberg's baby, so Facebook is a big GraphQL, right? So the reason why you do scroll Facebook for such a long time is it's saying, I am Paul, these are my friends, and Paul likes cats. So part of it is your feed is very cat focused, right? But then I speak to you over dinner, I'm like, oh, I really like dogs. And then suddenly your feed starts having dogs in it, because the GraphQL is, in essence, adding the word dog to your
So you're building these connections all the time across all sorts of things.
Yeah, over multiple different feeds, from advertisements to your actual friend group to friends of your friends. Because at some point in time, the importance of the information is going to drop, and if you're doom scrolling for a good hour, you're going to get less and less relevant information. So it works in the exact same way. When you're saying to the GraphQL, I only want mobile, it focuses itself. And this is where I enjoy the focus because it allows me to have tunnel vision to say, I want to just create Appium scripts. I don't want the web and the admin stuff because there isn't an admin portal on the mobile app. It's just a consumer-fed application instead.
But behind the scenes, so if I'm in a conversation with somebody and we're talking about holidays, say, and the person I'm talking to goes into EasyJet and looking at flights to whatever, I start getting adverts for EasyJet. So that's where it's all coming from. So these networks, your network's getting joined to someone else's network. You're in the vicinity of this other person, and there's AI out there making these connections, and then sending you adverts for things that you don't think you ever needed.
So what's
Happy
happening?
days for somebody, but not you.
So obviously this is, in essence, a graph RAG. RAG standing for Retrieval Augmented Generation. This is kind of where this is good practice in the world of prompting, right? But what you see here isn't. Here is just purely a vector database. So what a vector database is, in the most crudest way, is just a large text file. And there's very limited amount of structure. So the reason why ChatGPT 4.0 sucks is there's no understanding of these documents. Whatever you feed into it goes into, in essence, a SQL-like kind of query of just a huge big dump of NoSQL. That is all it is. So there's no understanding that this document is an SRS document. It has no understanding of the different sections of this document. It's having to, in essence, read it as a flat file. Of course, when I ask it, which I should be able to ask it, create a state transition diagram for the requirements spec. Again, I'm using its terms to do it. It then goes through and takes that document and breaks it into a graph notation. So part of it is this is now understanding the transition between states, order review and payment and order confirmation. Suddenly, it's understanding the structure, and then boom, you get a diagram, which is a state transition diagram of the actual document it does. Before, it just read it as a text file. Now it understands it as a graph. So this is why we're using these techniques, because we want it to understand these documents. We don't want it just to reference them with no structure that exists before. Now, don't get me wrong, this state transition diagram might be wrong, subject to terms and conditions. But I could also ask it to create a database schema for this eStores application. It would then start making a lot of assumptions. It starts saying this is the primary key, which is the order number, and it's not what's actually in the database. Whereas the NOP document talks about the database schema. So I need to reference that document to say generating a database schema.
So you could in the requirements. Sorry, we're just.
No, we've got a question on the front. No.
Oh yeah, okay. So I should have.
Understand. So actually, you are trying to give the model the context.
Yeah.
By doing this.
By doing this process, it's trying to learn it from a flat file to some kind of area.
Because what I have is a not very pleasant experience with this model, where I think, that was for all.
Broke it again. So.
I was trying to feed it with the data, like with the documents, of particular subject, because I was learning something. And I wanted to use the model as a tester for you. So ask me a question and I will answer and you will validate that answer. But what I did at the beginning, what I would do also, I was testing that model if he actually catch the context, and he didn't. I mean, there was completely almost no proper answers for my test questions for that data that I didn't. So that might be the reason, right? That it was reading it as the text and that's it. But
it was reading it as flat text.
Having any context yet.
Yeah, so this now has a structure where it knows if I go browse products, go to the shopping cart, go to review, go to payment, and I've got two choices. I'm going to fork either to the cancellation page, or I'm going to go into order tracking if the payment's successful.
So taking that out of context, that's not very helpful. it's pretty, because like the states that have an arrow going in and nothing coming out are dead state. You can't escape.
But you get,
According to that diagram.
so yeah,
So you just have to be careful and just say there's a bigger context which is missing from that, I guess.
there is, yeah. But this is the whole thing, to your point, is you've got to, in essence, explain what types of sources of information you're, and sources of knowledge you're actually portraying into it, because that way, to your point about, I want to create a test for order confirmation, well, I know order confirmation's here, it's going to go either two ways. One's, it was an unsuccessful, payment didn't go through, or some order tracking. So now I can get into my next question, which would be something like create me positive and negative scenarios for the order confirmation screen where payments transactions fail or they get declined. And it will then start generating me tests because it now understands the relationship of the state where you are, i.e. knows I'm here.
So I think what I would do is like, because that's part of the story, there's no context and it's probably got some missing parts, whatever. I'd say make a list of all the states, which you'd say it could probably do that pretty accurately.
Yeah, which it's done.
It's already done that, yeah. And then say, okay, between those states, are there or are there not navigation paths or transitions, the terminology, and then get that list and say tabulate those, and then you could say now generate the diagram from that. So it might need a little bit of a helping hand in getting to the final product because the home page is a state and it might not exist on that, for example. But it's just it doesn't stand out as a state. That's what I mean. So I think fantastic, but you can't use it as is. You've got to do work on it.
Yeah.
But I wonder whether you could navigate through the thought process a little bit better to give it a head start and give it a better chance of getting it right.
Okay.
I just feel that that's the game that we're in that one.
Yeah, so this is why we've got to this point, right? We want to make it hands-on. You guys, has everyone got to this point where they're able to load the NLP comments into their chat?
It doesn't go into ChatGPT 3. It just says too big.
Yeah. Does it?
Well,
What's 600K?
I don't think you can upload content, but
Okay.
when I pasted it, it said too big. So I just to chunk it or something. But
Yeah. So
is there a free product that you can use? Do you know it will work?
No, I might talk. Let me talk to my chat, Jonathan.ai, and see if he does it.
It's
A bit-
big. Yeah.
Is it too
I think
big?
the smaller document, the one I used earlier on, that's not so big at all.
Hi, Jonathan. Okay. Oh yeah, this is not going to do it because it's too big. Well, Copilot should be able to do it. The Copilot's free.
I don't think the link I have is you can get into Copilot without having to register and log in and stuff. Whether that will do it, I don't know.
Who's managed to get as far as uploading the file? That's the magical question. We've got one person, 2, 3,
What are you using?
4, or a paid one or a not paid one. Paid one.
Yeah.
I use the free one. I don't know which model it's using, but it's the free. You can log in and work.
Okay. So in theory, move into the free version. I don't know what you've done in my. Could be going on to any website now. Okay, so if we're at the. If we're on ChatGPT, why is my screen so small over here? And create a free account. Me at Jonathan.ai. Password, exclamation mark, Jonathan.ai. Ugh, 12 characters? It's ridiculous.
And Copilot 3 is limited to 10K, 10,240 characters.
Is it?
No, it's not that big.
What is that? That's a usability error if I've ever seen one. Did you get in before I did? It's impressive.
No, I turned to Copilot at Microsoft.com.
Oh, the Copilot for Microsoft is only 10K.
Lots of small stuff, not big stuff. Did you put down version other than that SRS stuff?
You can just pass it the domain and it will find it. Why does it want to know my birthday? Apart from it's April Fool's Day. Yeah, I was born in the 80s.
I wasn't questioning that. It's more the April Fool's Day.
Yeah.
I thought you just, the joke.
Okay, so I've just signed up for a brand new account, which is not paid. If I upload a file. So, yes, the free version should. Yeah, that's picked it up. Just using the free version. So if we can get, I know we're going to have a break now for lunch, but I think if we get, when we get back, if everyone could either sign up for free for ChatGPT or you can log in as me. I'm just signed up. I'll give you my password. That'll save everything.
That will confuse it.
If you can go on multiple threads, me, and then password was really good. Case sensitive, it's all one word.
That's just ChatGPT.com.
Yeah, ChatGPT.com. And the good thing is, once you've got a thread going, I don't know, maybe threads on here, aren't they? No, they're not on this version. Okay, so what's time's lunch?
1 till 2.
1 till 2. So we've got an hour. So when we get back in an hour's time, if we could get to the point where we've got an account and we're able to upload it, then we can try some prompts and see what kind of ranges of good, valuable stuff to get out of it or not valuable stuff. Okay?
Yep.
Right.
How long is the break?
It says 1 hour, which seems like a disproportionate amount of time.
2
But
p.m.
2 p.m.
Yeah, that's good. Break.
If you get stuck, come and ask us. We'll be sat around here anyway, won't we? Well, I'll have something to do it, but not massive amounts. We can help people out.
We'll let the queues die down and then it's going to get.
Oh,
How you feeling?
just didn't get enough sleep last night. That was the problem.
No, right, I didn't sleep well. About 2 hours.
I don't sleep anymore. Not with my time zone differences.
You think about the organism.
I don't know why my machine started encrypting itself.
Somehow it doesn't take your password.
Did not take my password.
It says it's wrong.
It's my name spelt wrong, so it's got an O instead of an A. So it's Jonathan Wright. Jonathan.
I do it.
Let me try it. Oh, no, not AI. Right, AI. Probably, yeah.
If you register for yourself,
Yeah.
it took 2 minutes, so imagine safer.
Safer to do it that way. But obviously, if people want to log in, they can. It'll just come up with a threat in violation or something at some point in time.
You mentioned about the issue references from documents, but it's very common in the document that reference also has references.
Yeah.
So
Self-referencing, yeah.
Self-reference or other references to third document.
Yeah.
So is there a risk into running into hallucination when you theoretically have provided all the documents needed for the initial document, but when
Yeah, so I think,
tries to reference the second document, it will create this.
no, so I think probably if you've got like a document, let's say NOP commerce, right, and it's got 5 references to it, one of them is Google.com, right? Obviously, you can't index Google, so part of it is you link to the next document. The document also has recurrent references. You know, so part of what we've had to do is when we're ingesting documents, we do X amount of levels of document ingestion. And then when we get the second document, let's say that's the terms and conditions document, that then references UK privacy law. We stop at the 3rd level, but we reference that we're only going 2 levels deep, and we'll only mine those 2 levels. Anything more is too far down it. Because the problem is, tail wagging the dog is that the document you're interested in is this document.
Yes.
But the terms and conditions document over here is less important to us because we're only asking, but that's where the graph notation comes in. It's like, if I am testing the terms and condition page, I want to make sure I've read in the terms and conditions sub reference. So it is really complex, but I think 90% of the problem is ingestion. It's not actually the prompts. It's getting the data into a structure. So I used to call it data engineering. It's the majority, and this is what the future's coming faster than ever. Microsoft Graph, which we'll talk about later, is doing this in the background while you just use your Office product. As soon as you upload a file to OneDrive, it's creating a graph of that OneDrive file and linking it to other versions of the document, other terms within the organization. It's building all this graph behind you. So again, tail wagging the dog is, I don't want it to read Paul's documents because Paul's rubbish at writing documents. But if I publish a document on SharePoint, that should be the master document because his is version 1, this is version 13. I only really want to reference this. And that's why I think when we go into here, we're saying, refer to it as NOP commerce because I don't care about any of the other ones, right? But NOP commerce terms and conditions, if I want to ask about it, I want to call it out specifically as the master document.
You need to make references.
Yeah, and you need to make a map of your documents that exist.
Have you hit any limitations of scale? Like how many entities in your graph?
Oh, that's the whole point.
How many
Graph,
connections?
millions, it's billions, yeah, it's as many as items as in the world. But this is
You
the,
haven't hit a problem.
right.
Okay.
But there's a limitation in the sense of if you're processing millions of documents, it takes a lot longer. And that's why the graph is so important because you wanted to say, I only want to look at the terms and conditions stuff and it takes this, pulls it into the addressable space. Whereas if you say to it, I want to ask a question to the whole world.
It's like all the documents of the territory.
Yeah.
And what the graph is, it's all the shortcuts.
Yeah.
And shortcuts is actually much smaller.
But it's more transparent and repeatable because the temperature's so low. It's only looking at 500 words. So it looks at those 500 words and then it applies the model on top. So if I'm saying to it, the projector needs a HDMI cable, I could say, well, what version of HDMI cable? It could look at the Panasonic documentation
and say it needs to be 2.0 or above. If I then go and it's a Hitachi projector, it'll say it must be 1.4 or above. Suppose it's reading a Hitachi projector, it's a Panasonic projector, but it's only doing it at runtime based on the question that I have a Hitachi projector, what version of the cable do I need? The large language model augments that information, and it knows about HDMI 1.4 versus 2.0 spec. You don't need to feed that into it. You just need
It
to.
doesn't have a short, I would say,
It
it doesn't
doesn't.
have a shortcut.
It doesn't know the model T48 Panasonic. It does, but you know, if I give it the document and say, well, how do I get this started? It says first press the power button, allow it 2 minutes to wait to warm up, then select HDMI 1 or input 1, and then plug cable in. If I know the steps, I can create a transition diagram that shows me the steps that I need to do, and then I can literally go through it. Go. So that's where we're trying to get to, is that understanding of the environment that you're in by providing it with that knowledge, not expecting the internet to know about it, because it does know about the Panasonic 248 or whatever, but you don't know if it's validated. It's not is the latest, manual. Is it the latest model? Is it what firmware version? It doesn't know all that. It kind of just gives you a fluffy answer like Google does. I hate Google.
It's just, you've got two pieces of data
Yeah.
on two documents that reference each other.
Yeah.
And so the connection's a bit, not very good. It's
Yeah,
not-
just pick whichever one's
not
the
clear
highest.
It's not a clear reference, but if one references an item of data, like a version number in another document, which knows that, there's a distinct path between the two.
And there's a link, because that's the whole point. It gives
Well,
you
it's
the
not like an
physical
index. I'm just looking for a metaphor of an index. To me, it's definitely a shortcut. An index isn't quite the right name. It's a roadmap, but it's a graph.
It's a graph. Everything's a graph.
Everything's a graph. That's the problem.
Right, grab some lunch, so we'll see how you do. You want a question?
Yeah, I tried to log in to ChatGPT. It sends the verification email.
To me? Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Oh, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We go, well, yeah. So,
But you register yourself, but you need to be able to pick the emails.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I can do that.
yeah, we'll go through the
Don't follow that, you might
registration.
have
Yeah, go through the registration. It should work now,
Okay.
but if not, we'll register it up when we get back. Let me stop the live stream, because nobody wants to hear us talking about lunch.